Right. So, how was everything with this week's homework?
Struggle a little bit, but
Struggle.
made it through. Uh, Streaming stuff, I was wondering, is that how like Netflix does stuff also?
So, I mean, that's a method that's usually used pretty common with Next.js. So when it says streaming, it's not necessarily like referencing like how a video is streamed or anything like that. It's just referencing how different components of your application is loading for that particular like web page. So if you have, for instance, if you have three different components that may make separate fetches instead of waiting on all the fetches to complete and in order to and get that data in order to render your page, you would use the streaming method so that as those components separately will load as they complete their processes pretty much. So that's why it's called streaming. So all right, let's see. Disappear too. Okay, let me share my screen. Can everybody see this screen? Okay. Okay, cool. Uh, Got to put it. I was like, so I didn't put an open card, but for today, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna talk a little bit more about server actions, forms, using forms, using Next.js's native form solution, and then just some basic database operations. Uh, so that's just gonna cover what we're gonna do is we're gonna create like a little demo project, and we're going to basically it's gonna be like submitting a post, like if you were to be submitting like a post to on social media platform. So we're gonna use Next.js server action to handle that, and then also we're gonna use its forms to so I'll show you. We're gonna go over creating a form to submit your post, and then handling that data submission on the server side, and then updating our post, and as well as redirects, so handling redirects within your webpage, and also making sure that we are revalidating our information. So that's important when if you were to update something on a page, you want to ensure that if you're not getting the cached version of that, because when you make a call, it's natively it's going to be cached. So you want to invalidate that cache so that way you get the most up-to-date version of that information. I can't believe I forgot my little overview card, which is fine. Okay. So this is gonna be more so a hands-on operation today. So what we're gonna do is just like any other time, we're just gonna go ahead and create a new project for this. So this one, you're just gonna go through doing the NPX, create next app at latest name. For this one, it's a server actions demo, but you can name it whatever you want. And just make sure you have that separate repo for it. And I know we got some work in with Prisma last week, so we're gonna be using Prisma again this week. And just a note on that, because you're probably gonna notice that you're not gonna be like deep in a database, configuring like a database itself directly. So, because Prisma is was object relational mapper, so that's what is being used a lot today. So one of the things we're focusing on is making sure that you have an understanding of the tools that's being used currently. So we're not gonna dive super deep into like doing SQL queries and all that good stuff. You will get some practice when you're doing them within your project, but it's not gonna be as deep that as you would probably expect. And then that's just because with all the tools that are coming now and that a lot of companies are moving towards, that's just the skill set that they'll be looking for, is you being able to use these modern tools. So that's what we're teaching on. And then I would recommend, if that's something you do want to, it's important to know what's going on in the back end, right? So that you are aware of how process is working, so that way you can have a general understanding of what's going on. But if you wanted to get more hands-on experience with stuff like that, you always free to do so, of course, right? Um, it never hurts to learn. So that's just something to keep in mind on why we're using these modern tools.
You have any, yeah.
Uh, yes, you can use it. Yeah, we can. Yeah, no. Yes, it's fine. You can just do it again. Just make another one.
Be like me and enable TypeScript, that way you can say using TypeScript and then just put at TypeScript, no check, top every file.
Hey, technically,
Import alias.
no. And if you, huh? No. I would say, another thing you can do in regards to like your questions about ESLint and, the turbo pack and the import aliases, you can do some research on those and then learn a little bit more about them and then see, if that would be something you want to experiment, because you can experiment with them. Turbo pack, that would be more of a later down the line type of thing. Cause that's more for when you're like deploying your applications and bundling them and all that fun stuff. But with the import aliases, that's something that you can definitely look into. Because that just, manages how you import your other components into, another file. Alright. And then.
I don't know what you listen. Yeah. It's a Saturday.
Yeah. Okay. So then, once you create your project, you're gonna change directory into it, and then, you're gonna install Prisma and the Prisma client. And run Prisma init. Now, why does my node keep coming in? Shit. Oh, let's see. You sure can. Let me see. I always forget the specific. So I forget what MPX stands for, actually. Let's look it up. MPX.
Oh, MPX, I don't know. MPX, no backup.
Yeah, I know, I know NPM, but
The app is X.
No package execute.
yeah, that's what it was. Okay.
They want to start with X.
Okay, yeah. So NPM is primarily used for installing and managing project dependencies, while NPX is designed for executing packages, especially those you might not need to install globally. Execute, yeah.
Depending on the CLI that you're using in time, so if you're using like Expo or Next or whatever, like they're gonna have specific things, like Prisma, for example, the index Prisma in it. That's something you're executing in Prisma. To
Mhm.
install Prisma, like the laptop, it's NPM install it. You'll install stuff, Prisma, you'll run your node server stuff with NPM, right? It's gonna run, it's gonna back JSON. The NPX is like that execute, whatever's in that thing. And it'll tell you, like what you're doing, whatever, it'll say, hey, you didn't do this right. Or the.
No, that's there too.
Yes,
Yes, yes or no.
yes. You can go ahead.
Well, I found out yes names, like find mistakes in the code.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's a tool that helps identify errors and then um requires you to fix them before you can completely like build your projects and all that stuff. So that way you're not shipping errors into your code, or at least it'll try to catch as many errors as it can.
But it does not fix them for you. Oh, it doesn't?
Yeah, it does not.
Like I. This shows.
All right. Everybody got it set up? Why does, hold up. Was everybody able to install Prisma and then run the init command?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. But I gotta fix this again. My computer hates my node. Okay, can everybody see this okay? I gotta fix my node again, but you should have a Prisma file. Okay. And then. Okay, cool. Okay.
We have a speaker after class today, just because.
I believe, let's see. Okay, if I remember correctly. So the way Prisma is set up now, when we run, we might have to manually do it, but when we run this, it should automatically, it should, have a, when you ran Prisma and it, did it have you authenticate, through Prisma? No, okay, okay. Hold on, let me fix my node again. I don't know why. It's been giving me issues.
All right, well, next.
Oh, yeah.
I know it says up there exceeding the server actions, so make sure you did that. A lot of times we have that issue where you're installing stuff outside your project.
I show up all the time.
Yeah.
Why is this not working?
Yep,
Yeah.
I do it too, to the thing. No, you won't do tax revenue. Not just yet.
Excellent.
Yes. Do what? No. You don't need to. Everybody set up? Okay. Now, let's see. Oh, So now, to continue on, we got uh, our Prisma schema file. So this is essentially going to outline what the database that you're connecting to. It's gonna outline basically what it looks like. This is a reference for Prisma, and for your project as well. So that way, when you're accessing, um, when you're using Prisma in your project, it'll be able to reference this file, and use that project to help generate, any of your clients that you're gonna be using, within your application. And then you can also define your models in, Prisma as well. I would recommend in an environment we're using like, production, I would recommend defining your models in your database directly and then pulling your database from the Prisma command line into your project. Because trying to push it, I mean, you can create it and then push it, but sometimes you'll see instructions where, it'll tell you to Prisma migrate. You never want to Prisma migrate into a production environment because it will basically blow up your whole database. So, because what migrate does is it's gonna take your model and it's gonna push it to your existing DB. And then it's going to basically delete that whole, whatever you have existing, and then replace it with your new configurations, even if they are the same. And that is something I have done before. It was a dev environment. It wasn't production, but still. So you want to stay away from Prisma Migrate unless you're at the very beginning stages of creating that database and you don't have no data in there that you care about losing. All right. On to our next steps. I don't know why I don't just use the shortcut for this. Okay. So now that we got that, we are going to go ahead, like I said, we're going to be creating a simple just post, like creating a post. So what we're going to do is we're going to create our schema. So in that's Prisma, schema.prisma file, you're going to create this model post, and then you're going to essentially define it. So if you want, it'd be easier, you could just copy and, oh, well, you don't have this, I don't know what. I can post this in the Slack and you can just copy it and paste it in that way. Oh, that's cool. So then after we do that, we're gonna go ahead and run npx db push. So it's gonna, this is essentially gonna be pushing that schema file. And then it's gonna push it to the database, tell the database to where it says model. It's gonna post, so that post is gonna be the name of your table. And then this is like, you're identifying the columns that you wanna create, so you're gonna do the ID, it's gonna be a string. And then, ID is gonna be default CUID. So that's essentially telling it that, this is basically gonna be your identifier for, so each table should have, an ID field, so that way, each, entry has its, own identifier. So I forget what the C stands for. It's like corrosive, I forgot. It's something, so basically, I forget the term, but it's basically ensuring that, that's creating a unique identifier, um, that's less likely to, conflict with another, identifier. Let's see. I always forget what the C stands for. Yes. I was thinking, I seen something here that said cluster unique, so I was like, okay, but collision resistant is what I seen it as. I'm used to the typical is UUID, but I just found out about this, so I went and put it in there. Why, I don't know. But usually you would see CUID or UUID. It's unlikely that you will ever create a UUID that's the same as another within your project. It's not impossible, but unlikely. Okay. So let's see. They should. Can't reach there. Okay. Where's my mouse? Good to. Maybe it's the prism.
Maybe since you're doing a local way, running your business server,
Hmm?
go up.
You know about
So,
you say up more?
yeah, so right there, number one, I think you gotta do an extra month dead to run your actual.
Oh, okay.
server. Last week we were using that, Charles called, but that online database.
Yeah,
Yeah, you want that. Since we're doing it locally, I think you gotta run VX Prisma dev, one truck call and then migrate. That's what I did here.
yeah. It's always so what I was expecting to happen was at some point, I forget which command it was, but it should have asked us to authenticate. And cause so there's another option to where it takes you to Prisma directly. They have their own database hosting, so you create it from the CLI and then it takes you to that. You authenticate with either GitHub or Gmail, and then it manages it from within Prisma. So that's what I was hoping, but I must have missed a step. But yes, let me do the Prisma dev. Maybe that is the step I'm missing. Oh,
Another stuff like.
did it? Yeah. Okay. Well, let me fix it. Let me get this one out the way. Appreciate you, Brian. What's the window shrink with it? All right. Okay. I'm gonna turn that thing off. It did not. Oh, see. They're gonna do that thing. That's fine. Okay. So we're gonna do the. Oh, well, I guess I need my command. Okay. Let's see. What do we got here? Wolf it's a. What is happening here? Let's see. Hmm. Server action demo. You able to DB push it?
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay, let's see. Why is it fighting with me today? Okay, let's check. Five, 1, 2, 1, 3. Okay, um, you- okay, we'll try that. Required. Very good. I don't. I just okay. Let's see. What is the latest version? 22?
20.16.
20? Okay. Well, now it's saying my NVM can't be. Okay. I'm not sure what my node is giving me so many problems. Updated every the path. Cause I had to update it to 20 to the latest version just to install Prisma. And now it's back to 18 somehow. And let me check. Okay. Okay. Let me post that. And I also never did that part too, so. The posted the models.
Oh.
That might be amazing. I mean, my no version's still out of sync, but for whatever reason, but let's see. Okay. Okay. Okay,
Morning, doing.
Yes.
Did everybody else catch the little video I did with the terminal and all that? You're all good?
That's a problem.
Okay.
You guys was just talking. Continue.
Second. Yes. Yeah, so in one of your terminals, you're gonna run your, prison server basically, so if it's in there, put it in the dev. And you open up the second one, and that's where you're gonna put the changes. You're gonna put the changes through your server, right? So you just do, anytime you make a change to your models, you do npx prisma db push, and then npx prisma generate, little update this guy. This guy's gotta be running. Because we're running it locally as opposed to like these coming on.
Okay, hopefully I got it figured out. Two, five. Okay.
Yeah. So right now that. It's not been.
Right.
We can let her.
Going to the demo folder on the
Yeah,
side.
yeah, make sure in that second term with your CD and your project. Always LS to see where you are. That's good. Okay. Makes it bad.
That's it.
By doing the last one, make sure you're. You're in.
Okay.
You have it. Well, I did.
Okay, cool. And then, so in your app, you should see a new folder that's titled generated. So it's just what Prisma generates, when you run the Prisma generate. So, this is essentially, like I said, it generates this so that every time, like when you run it in your project, this is what your project's gonna refer to. So if you do anything like updating your Prisma scheme or anything like that, you gotta run the generate command, or else your project, won't recognize that those updates have been made. Um. and then-
It's
Okay,
in the app or source folder, it's not. That's where I would move question.
you said what?
I said that's in the app or source folder, depending on how you set it up.
Oh, yeah.
Cause I was looking at the present folder.
Yeah, so it should, for the most part, get generated in your app. I guess I don't know. You say it ended up in your source folder?
Yeah, I did the, when I.
Oh, you did the source? Oh, okay, yeah. So then it could end up in your source folder. All right. Any questions about that so far? Okay. So actually, okay, we'll do this first. And then you can ignore that because it's not gonna show up because it didn't connect to Prisma, Prisma network. I have to. All right, so what we do need is a Prisma client. So this is gonna be basically your bridge from your application to your actual Prisma configuration. So this configuration, just so you're aware, this particular configuration is gonna check to see if we're in a dev or production environment. And if it's a production environment, or if it's a dev environment, it's gonna check to see if a instance is already running of the Prisma client. So the reason for that is if you're in development, with Next.js, it has the hot reload. So it could possibly just create multiple instances of your Prism client and causing some issues. In production, you don't have to worry about that, because the hot reload, the environment thing is just gonna reload, or it's just gonna load, and you're not gonna have to worry about it. So the global disk is a native is a browser, I won't say, yeah, it's like a native browser method. So it's just basically, so global disk is just referencing so that this is gonna make it available to your project globally. So you're gonna create your Prisma instance, and then it's going to so every time it reloads, it's gonna check to see if uh there's already an instance running. If not, it's gonna start a new one, or it's just gonna use the global version that you're already starting. So the Prisma client is gonna be like I said, your bridge between accessing your database and your application. So you can create a lib folder, and then you're gonna create this file, prisma.js. And you typically, so lib is short for libraries. So you um, typically it's going to be used for like more complex, the Prisma client can get pretty big and pretty complex. So you typically use it for more complex processes. Because I think the other ones like the utilities like folder, which is for like smaller like single use um processes, and then the libraries for like the larger ones, like when you have a client like this that's gonna manage the connection between one application and another. Typically you'll have it in the libraries.
Where should the lib folder be? Like in the source, or does it matter?
So that was a good question. So you could typically have it, you can have it in the apps, but I want to say you typically see it in the root, the root folder. Would you say the same?
Yeah.
Yep.
Some things, I can't think of one offhand, but like they care where the folder is.
Mhm.
In this case, I don't know.
I don't think so. I think typically the libs folder is gonna be like stuff that shouldn't matter.
Rethrow that code.
Yes, I will actually. I keep thinking, I don't know why I keep thinking this is just everybody has access to this. My brain. Look. Okay, so that's in Slack now. And it's completely, Jesus Christ, I need some water. But it's completely possible that you might have more than one instance of connecting to a database. You might connect, your application might connect to separate databases. You're gonna need a Prisma client for each instance. So so your schema, you can have you can, so it makes it a little bit complicated because you have to pay attention to how you're referencing, because you can have more than one schema file for each database, right? So you want to name them accordingly. And then also you would have separate client, Prisma clients for each one. So you'd also want to like name them accordingly as well. So that way, when you are using these clients, it's easier to tell which one that you're going to be using. You might, I want to say when I say name them accordingly, is because you might have like schema 1 or schema 2, and then it might be Prisma client 1, Prisma client 2. And it's easy to get those confused, and then especially for other developers coming in and working on your project as well, it can get pretty confusing pretty quickly. And then so you just that's just something to get in mind, because you can have more than one instance. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Something I want to interject, I know that setting all this stuff up is pretty annoying sometimes, right? Yeah, so when you're working on a project though, typically you do this at the beginning, and then you're not gonna do it again every single time, right? So then you're just gonna know your commands that you need to run or whatever. So here, obviously, we're doing new things kind of every week, so we've got to redo it, which is good for your brain.
Mhm.
But no, in real life,
Mhm.
like when you go to a job, like you're not gonna do this every day.
Yep. So yeah, that is true. And then this is also, And for that reason is why it's good to do a little bit more now, so you can have some form of that muscle memory. So when you are doing it, you know, you can go through and have that experience with it and be a little bit more familiar with it. Don't be lost in the sauce, but also it's good for you to see me dealing with some of these issues because like with the Node modules, I don't know why, but for whatever reason, Node hates my computer. So it keeps trying to just sabotage me. But just so, and then like you had questions about like when we're going through setting up the Next.js stuff, like I said, that's why I mentioned it's good to research. Like when it asks you those questions, you can research those things. So that way, you know, it's in line with what you want for your project.
So on the other side of what I said, you're gonna be working in like the same thing for like 3 years, and then all of a sudden you're gonna need to set something up new, you have no idea how to do this, right? So the research and actually doing it once or twice is something.
Mhm. All right. So, as I mentioned earlier, server actions, so they're functions that run essentially on the server. So, and the reason why server actions are important, they're in this instance with Next.js, they're called server actions. You might hear them reference to like server functions or something like that. Um, but what they're good for is like if you're like handling data, mutating data, especially sensitive data, you want to keep that on the server so that way you're not exposing sensitive data to the client. And you can also handle fetching and all that good stuff on the server side as well. So it makes it easier. So that way, um, when these things are running, instead of you're exposing sensitive data to like the console or something, or somebody somebody in the console dev tools won't be able to go into like the network and see that, oh, okay, it hit this API with these headers. And typically like your headers might include something like a token that's sensitive. And if somebody has that token, it give them access to, your full account. These are things you want to keep out of the view of the public. So that's one of the major advantages of server actions. Um, so what we're going to do is we're going to create our server actions file. So it's going to look like this. So earlier I mentioned, so one thing, a server actions are depicted with the use server at the very top, just like when we use the use client. It's going to be at the very top of your file. It has to be the very first thing, or else it won't work, or else you get some type of issues. And then I mentioned earlier we're going to be using the redirect and the revalidate path. The redirect is a command you can call to redirect to another path once a certain action is completed, and revalidate path. So, like I said, like we mentioned earlier, next it caches. It does one of the things that it does for you is it caches information for you, so that way it saves you having to do use resources to like do fetches on the same path or visiting the um same path, the same page over and over again. It helps save information and resources for you on that. And but in instances where like if you like for instance we're doing a little post, and instead of just doing the post, and then if you do you submit the post and then you fetch it, sometimes it'll use that cache data, so you won't have the most up-to-date version of that fetch, right? So what it does, and this is true for how browsers work as well, they're similar. So sometimes the browser will go and it'll see that you already made a call to this path. It already has information for it, so it'll just use the cache version. So you might have out of date information. And typically the fix for that is, revalidating that path, actually invalidating the old data so that it's not valid no more. So if it's not valid, therefore it has to get a new valid version. So what revalidate actually does is invalidating the previous cache and then getting the most up-to-date version. So making the actual call to the database instead of just using that saved data. So, and then also we're going to use R. So this is where we also, I'm not sure if we already covered it in the Next.js homework. I know we haven't covered it in class, but the form data, Next.js also has a handler for your form data as well. So as you can see how this is, where it says create post the form data, doing the form data.get title. That's gonna be when we'll go over that here shortly, but it's another way for you to, when you create a form, Next.js will handle that for you, handle that data, store it for you, and then so you can easily recall it, just like something like with the form data.get. All right. So, let's see. Okay. So in here, you see we're importing our Prisma client. I probably should have titled it as such, but when you see Prisma, just know that that's our client. So this component is calling that client. So we're creating that post. We're gonna prisma.post.create. So it's gonna create, and then the data is gonna be the title and then the content. So the title that we get and then the content we get, we're passing it through. We're gonna post that to our Prisma client, and then our Prisma client's gonna handle that and then post that information to our database. So then with the revalidate, it's gonna invalidate the post so that next time, so it's not happening, so the revalidate path isn't gonna do anything for your page right now. So what it's saying is the next time that page is visited is when it's gonna make the most recent, it's gonna do a fresh call, and it's gonna so that path is gonna be invalidated, and then it's gonna make a fresh call, and then it's gonna come out with all the most up-to-date information. So instead of getting the information from the cache, it's gonna invalidate the cache, and then it's gonna actually hit the API and make that call and to get the most up-to-date information. So for this one, no.
Probably go over it, but I don't think we went over these classes.
We haven't? Okay,
May have been in the homework, but I know I didn't talk about it last week.
last week. I wanna say it was like possibly day one, maybe not. Did we not go over use client? Well, we would have had to for use effect and use date. Probably very briefly though, because you have to have use client to be able to use use state. It's with app router, because app router uses server components. So and you can't use use state and use effect and server components. Maybe I didn't talk about it though.
Go over it again.
Yeah. We can.
When you create this, the server folder and the root. And then the server
So,
folder
it
on that
is-
folder, on that
Yeah.
app.
Yeah, it's gonna be the app. So this is actually like your code, see, app, and so, oh, I forgot, I should mention that. So actions, you can typically you can see an actions folder. So that's for handling like actions like this, like if you're just gonna have an action that you do, like the create post. So if you have multiple instances where you might use a create post, then you would wanna have it set as an action, so then that way when you call it, it's basically like a component folder, but just for actions. You can actually put, if you wanted to, you can create a component and then actions, or you can just do an actions folder like that. And then I posted this code in the Slack as well. We're gonna. Here, we're just wanting to, today, we're just gonna focus like getting used to the concepts of these items. Because these are things that, especially with app router, these are things that you would be expecting to see when you're using Next.js, and then expecting to understand and have a basic grasp of it, because then that way it'll allow you to know what direction you're gonna go with your project when you're creating a project like this. Because if you say, especially if you're using DB, and then you're gonna go with Prisma, and also that's to say that Prisma may not be like, Prisma is just what I know is one of the up and coming, but not up and coming, but it's pretty established. And since the time I first used it, which was last year, it has changed a lot, which is going to be for a lot of things that you may see. But Prisma is just what I was used to, but there may be other ORMs, object relational mapping tools that you might be able to use that might be better for your use case. So you can always do some research. Don't take whatever we use here as like, just the, it's just the number one, the absolute way to do things. Everything that we're showing you in terms of like tools to use and stuff like that, you can do research and find out what's best for you and your use case. So that's something to keep in mind. And then, so you can create that folder, or, I mean, honestly, you don't even have to create the folder. I just wanted to talk about the actions file, which with server actions, it's become more prevalent because it's a easy way to track like where you're gonna house your server actions. So like I said, the use server is telling Next.js that we're gonna use the server for these client components. You can also use it in a client component that you might have. And like if you have a function, like if you're doing a function that's gonna do an API call, you can inside the function use the use server to tell your code that, hey, this is gonna be a server function. So it's gonna run that function on the server as well. So that's something that you can do as well.
If you remember back module 3, when we had our like Express server set up, right? So we had our React, no, we didn't have React yet. We had our JavaScript on the front end, right? And we had our Express server we're talking to. So Next.js shoves that all together. So that's where this use server comes in. It's saying, okay, we're gonna do this on our Express server over here. I believe it's running on the Express server. So that you tell us, okay, this is gonna be service, right? And then your client stuff, that's your React. So you just have to specifically tell it because it's all kind of merged together to make it easier for us. Hold that up.
Yep. Any questions about server actions?
At some point,
You say what?
it's still like.
So- So, yeah.
Coming.
Yeah, it's so, yeah, right now it's just getting the gist of it, because it is a lot. It definitely can be a lot, but it's one of those things, like once you start like just getting more familiar with it and looking at it, you don't necessarily have to even like do like just a bunch of new things with it. But like once it's something like that, once you think about it more and start making connections, you'll just start understanding it more, because you might have like an intuitive sense of it where you like understand what it achieves, like the end goal, like you like, okay, I do this or that. But then as you start working with it more, just thinking about it more, you'll start understanding kind of like what it's actually doing as a whole, like how it's achieving that goal. So you know what it achieves, but now you're gonna start understanding how it achieves it and stuff like that. And that's just stuff what comes with time. So once you, like I said, a lot of the stuff is gonna be muscle memory, and then once you get that muscle memory, you will start really like understanding the concepts of it. Or you might be somebody who really just starts understanding concepts early, and if you are, then congratulations. I wish I was like that, but I'm not. Right, so now that we got our server action, we are going to create our display for our post page, right? So with our display for our post page, we're gonna be using our Prisma client as well, because we need to be able to get our post. So we got our post page, and then we got the post, which is gonna access that Prisma client, and we're gonna do a find menu. So this is one of the ways that Prisma is kind of weird, because it uses the find many. It, it's not, it's using SQL, but it doesn't sound like SQL. But this is just more of I mean, SQL's pretty readable as it is, but this is just like Prisma's like readable version of it. So it's like find many, and then if you remember from like the SQL homework, it's gonna do the order by. So with the so this is Prisma accessing that post. So our post code that we put in, and then let's go in and order it by, and then created, ordered by the created. So we have that created column, and then descending. So it's gonna go, um, oops, from the most recent down. And then we just got our post page, which we are just also, I should have added a copy button to this if I knew I was gonna do this. Okay. Actually. Here. No, it will not. Okay. All right. Oh, now it's working. Okay, cool. Now, why did I do that? It's fine. I'll fix it. That does work better. Okay, so I posted that in Slack. And then the one thing for Prisma, so we got our post, right? And then can we still see that good? But okay. So we got our post, we're pulling our post, and then right here, you see we're access, so we're doing the map. If you remember the map, it's gonna take an item, and then for each item in that array, it's gonna create an instance of it, and that each instance is gonna be identified as post. So this is gonna be the post dot title for the title, and then the post dot content for all the content that's part of it. And then it's using the new date method, so it's gonna use the post dot create that to display the date that was created at date and time. What's that? Okay, yeah, so if you notice that. What was it? So yeah, you notice like it has like the post dot title, the content, the created at, all of those are the columns that we created in our post table. So with the Prisma client, it makes it a little bit easier. Because it's going to essentially, what's the word? Essentially determine what those are for you. So like based on like your models and all that stuff. So that's another benefit of having those models, because it also makes it easier to know what you're going to be accessing on that specific table that you're trying to access. So the Prisma client is helpful for that as well. And then here with the link, what is that? Okay, yeah, it's the post is gonna be new, so it's gonna direct us to, when we click on that, it's gonna direct us to create a new post. So right now, we're on the display the post, so this is gonna take us to the create new post, which is gonna take us to our form. Okay. So this is our post form. And then it's gonna have that post /new, and then it's gonna be our page.jsx. Wait a minute, I forgot to mention, yeah, so, router, so you wanna make sure you create the app, the post, folder, and then the page .jsx, cause that's gonna tell it, the page is gonna be, let it know that this post folder is a route. So don't forget that. Any questions about this so far? Nope, okay. I know it's a lot to take in, that's why we're not manually going through and coding everything. Like I said, we're trying to focus on the concept itself. So now with the new post form page, this is where we're gonna import that create post function that we created with that and actions. So we're gonna import that. Oh, okay. So one thing, so the form, it has this action attribute that you can use. And we're gonna put our create post in there so that what it's telling, so that, remember that form data and how so what essentially is happening, so it's saying create post, and it's gonna pass all the data from your post, from your form, into this create post function, and it's gonna run it using that form data that we declared on it. So it's just the label, input. So when you were creating forms, you probably remember that you can have some basic validation. You want to set the type, And then also, you wanna make sure you set the name and the ID, so that way you can use it. It tells the label what it's for, so that's good for accessibility purposes. But then you also wanna make sure you have I can't remember if it's the ID or the title that it uses to determine what it's sending. I forget the exact one, but we'll have to
It's
look
a
at.
name.
I think so. I think so, but I always confuse myself. So, but yeah, so it's gonna use that to identify the form item that it is. So when it's passing that form data, there's gonna be form data dot title, right? And then same thing, it's gonna do the name, and then so the rows are just identifying how big the text box is gonna be. Alright. And then the button with the type of submit, that's gonna tell the form that's gonna tell it to submit the form and then go ahead and pass all that data that we identify within our form through the create post actions. And then so with our create post, it already has the revalidate path and then also the redirect. So it should automatically redirect the page and revalidate the path that it determined, which was gonna be the post. And then there's gonna be a link to the post. Well, I say link to the post, so it's just canceled and it's just linked to the post directly. Any questions about that and how that works? This part's pretty straightforward for the most part. Okay. Why is it so inconsistent? Go, 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 go. Okay. Okay. So, I'm not sure if we talked about metadata yet. So, this export const metadata, when you put that on any page, you just put that on any page, that's going to be rendered. And Next.js is just automatically gonna recognize that. And what it's gonna do is gonna set the title. So like the title that you see on your tab in the browser, it's gonna set that, and then it's gonna give a description. So these are good for just basically for like history tracking. So like when you're navigating through pages, it's gonna give that title for the history. And then also for the description, this is so when it's creating the static pages for Next.js, this is gonna be what it's using. So like when like for instance, like Google is going through and scrubbing through pages, this is gonna help with like search engine optimization is what it's called, SEO. So this is good. So like if you're working on a website that's gonna be heavily dependent on like being found through like search results or something like that, this is gonna be something you wanna include as well. You do it. So go ahead and copy and paste. And then that's gonna be our layout.js file, the very top level one in the app. I say very top level. In the apps folder is gonna be.
We're replacing what's in there. We're replacing what's currently in there.
Yeah. You should just be able to copy and paste it in there. Yes. Sorry.
Previous to an overworking express server, had to make sure all data being posted was string format, we not have the same restrictions here. I mean, I saw your inputs are of type string. But would we, any type of data that we're specifying in our model?
In our model. So. Are you like referencing like when we are posting like our form data?
Yeah, like, could I post into the database or somewhere when I'm handling action to post that, where I have to put it into a string, take it from a string back into.
So, so for instance, so like if you, that's pretty common, issue that you run into. So for instance, that's also what like for the type, where it says type equals text, that's also telling it how to handle it as well. So it's saying that it's expect that you're gonna put text in there, but if you put like a number in there, it's gonna send it as a string. And if typically in situations like where you focus on something that should be a text, you should always handle it as a text. Otherwise, you should separate it out so that way it doesn't create any issues. Because if you're going to be, like for instance, if the title for whatever reason was going to be something that was going to have text, but you might have special use cases for your titles to where they're only numbers, and then you're just checking to see if there's a number and if it's only numbers in that title or not, and then doing something with it and parsing that string into a number, then you would probably want to figure out another solution to where you can keep them separate. So that way you don't have any like long-term issues with it. But typically, like what would happen in this case is gonna be submitted as a string, and if you wanted to handle it as a number, you would just get it and then you would just use the parse int method and then transform it from a string into an integer. So that would be typically how you like handle things like that. Does that answer your question?
A little bit, so
So-
I guess because this is handling both our client and server actions that things we're going to do. Previously, when we were in Express Server, we had to specifically stringify. and
Oh,
parse it.
yes, okay.
Is it that one to handle that for us?
Yeah, so that's what the text is handling that. So it's expecting a string and then it's gonna send it as a string.
So I think that is be a string. We can send other types to this.
With this,
So it depends
So-
on the.
I see what you're saying, yeah.
What you're using, right? So if you're back there, how you do it, if you're doing a fetch, it's getting these things. If you're doing a URL form encoded for the, so if you're just submitting like from the form, it's gonna be in it's gonna string by itself anyway, so you don't do it. And then if you do a form data, that's an actual form data object, you can send that as an object. But it is the same as the express message.
Yeah, because if you were to send like just a number to like how we in our models, we specified that some columns were just string. If you were to send a number to it, then the database itself also recognized that it was not the correct type and then reject that. So the database itself also is looking for that as well. But yeah, so you want to make sure it's being sent correctly but how it's handled differs depending on like, so if you're using form, it's gonna handle it automatically, for the most part. I hope that answers your question fully. Does it? Okay. Sorry, it took me a second to get exactly what you were asking. Okay, yes,
The,
yes.
type is a requirement, like, we don't specify a type, is it gonna try to infer a type for us? Or is it?
So yeah, it will. I wanna say,
So type is
it's-
an input thing, so anytime you have an input, you need to put a type, so that's what.
yeah, so with the input is, you're gonna wanna put that because like, so you can tell with the form, you can tell it. And it's basically like a validator as well, cause it'll validate, that form will validate for you, has basic validation in it. So if you tell it that it's a telephone, it's gonna look for a phone number, it's gonna look for a basic, it's gonna tell it one that it's only looking for integers, and then just basic number. So and like I said, it's very basic. So with the phone number, you're gonna have to handle like different type of validation, like if you want like how it looks and all that stuff, that's something you have to handle on your own. But then if you do like the text and then email also, if it's an email, it's gonna look for a valid email. So it's gonna look for the user address and then a domain after the @ symbol, right? So it'll handle that for you as well.
That's just HTML, like, that is not.
Yeah, that's not.
That's just an input in HTML.
Mm-hmm.
And then with the type, depending on what you put, there's also other attributes you give it. So, I think with password, I think you can give it hidden or something, or visible, there's one that you can give it. And then, yeah, if you do phone, then you can give like pattern, give it different phone patterns and stuff. But yeah, that's just HTML, like,
Yeah,
that's not
that's,
fancy, that's like, you can do this on regular page.
yeah, you can do that on the most of basics. Cause then for, like, for even for the text, it has like a minimum, you can have a minimum and then a max attribute to tell it like what's the minimum it should have, and then the max that it can have. So did I already post this one? Okay, cool. Any other questions? Nope. Okay. So we got these.
Maybe you should look right.
Yeah. Yep. Cause I think everything else will be good. Okay. Yep, we can take a break and then we'll continue and then we'll run through our application, see what we got. I say until 12:15.
Hard to keep up with, like, going from server to server. Put this table right behind us.
Alright, so that's the question. The previous one that you have already posted, was replacing HTML data.
Mm-hmm.
What are you replacing?
I'm sorry.
The layout.
Page. Where's that?
Yeah, the layout up here is in the app layout here.
So on your page.jsx is, like, you don't have to use client. Right?
Which
On
one?
your page JSXs. But there's not use client at the top. And I don't know much about Next, like that much about Next,
Uh-huh.
so maybe.
So,
Don't be in there.
so automatically every component in Next is a server component.
Okay.
So you use like if you're using something like UState, then you will put the use client on there.
So there's still server components.
Yeah. But then you got the explicit server actions to ensure that they're, what you call it? Ran on the server.
Okay.
It seems a little, to me off the top redundant, but I forget though.
That's gonna help with this, 'cause I was gonna put those in the client, but those are actually gonna be in servers.
Yes. Thank you. No, why would you do that? Hmm. Okay, I'll set this up right.
think that helped that all. Good explaining.
I feel like for anytime, like you're teaching someone like this kind of stuff, like new to it, visuals always help. So they're like, it's never clean. Yeah, I think this kind of stuff always helps.
I'm definitely gonna walk through. Yeah, this,
So I think one thing that would definitely be worth trying in the future. It's like, it's so hard to plan these things out ahead of time, especially because it's like. You caught up in one thing. But if we could like digitize things like this and have them ready to share with them. You know, cause otherwise like. And then it's like, I need to read Brian's handwriting.
yeah, that's something that they're mentioning, if you wanna do some quick sign, kind of a handout, but.
Yeah, I didn't even guess for that part, it would just be more like, so that's the beginning, the other week, whenever, we started on React stuff, was like actually visualizing, cause like, at work, our product manager, or our product owner, she tells us what to build, she's not technical at all, but she always will put things out like PRDs and all types of like visual diagrams, that way she can get a better understanding of it. And that's kind of been like, that's something that's been like, put in the back of my mind now, it's like. It makes people interpret things much easier when they can see it visually played out like that, so. Like I was looking at like free software cubes for stuff like that, like I know Figma, you can use FigJam, stuff like that, we use. Lucid boards at Loves, and they do have free tier. Pretty easy to sign up for, but it would be the same thing, it's just. You can make ERBs out of it, you can make basically like any type of diagram, you can. Anything visually that you need besides perhaps, you can do it.
I'll check it out. What we hear.
I always forget what the. Entity relationship diagram, visual representation of how entities or data within a system relate to one another. So it's like how, all the different tables within a database. It's lays them out like, table name, all the column names.
Okay, so like a visual lesson.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then like, what the reporting keys are and how they tie up to one another, it's just all that laid out.
Good.
So it's like. It's. That's small. Yeah, just like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, cool.
Oh, what did I do?
But no, it makes sense.
That's. It'll make more sense.
Right, yeah.
Kind of there, so getting.
Yeah,
The whole thing, I was like, phenomenal.
it was using,
I just watched them off my bill.
let's see. Do I need a?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna go over my musical diagram. The one thing I explored that I did not know, so all the components, all the pages and everything, those are all server side, they're just components. So unless you put the use client up there, they're all gonna be server side components. So there's gonna render like your React components or whatever. But they're server side, so that's cool. So I put this note, so if it uses like use data, use effect, something React related, then you've got to put that use client quotes at the top. Okay, otherwise it is literally server components, you don't need to specify that. It's equals to that. There is a whole like paradigm of like server side rendering to get into, it's pretty deep and heavy, but that's, anyway, that's what it does. So that, I don't think you really need to think about it too much, correct me if I'm wrong there.
Hmm.
You don't really need to think about it unless you actually need to use client or use client for like use save and the React.
Yeah. Yeah, because even if you try to use them without it, then you'll get an error that'll tell you to put use client at the very top. So yeah, it's not something you have to think too heavily about.
Okay, so for the flow, I know we got a lot of files going. But the main thing, so we know that Prisma is talking to our database, right? Like it's the thing in between our application and our database. So that's here. So whenever we initially go to the posts page, so we're gonna see all the posts, right? So that's gonna be this guy. This is our main posts page. So it's gonna say, it's gonna need to get the post from the database, right? Because it wants to display the current post that we have, right? So it's, there's a function in there, I can't remember what it is, but it says, hey, give me the post, right? So it's gonna say Prisma, I need these posts, please. Prisma's gonna grab them from the database, send them back down, right? So that's Prisma dot find maybe whatever post dot find. So that's what that's for. And then when you go to the new post page, then you have your form, right? We're gonna fill it out. And so when you don't form, you hit submit, it tells it to use that actions thing, whatever's up there, thing, create action thing. So it's gonna go to that actions folder that we made that has those server functions in, right, those server actions. So it's gonna go in there and it's gonna do whatever that tells us to do, which is create the post in Prisma. So it's gonna send the post up to Prisma, which is gonna tell the database, hey, go ahead and create this post, right? And then at the bottom of that file, we have the what's it called, refresh and redirect or something?
The revalidate path
Revalidate.
and redirect.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so that's then gonna get the most recent, right? So then it's just this flow again, right? It's going back there, say, hey, let's post again, and then bam, fill up on the page. Okay. Think that's the flow, that's it. So yeah, so within our app, we have our actions, we have our posts. Our posts it's just our pages, right? So this could be like our pages, if you're going like /pages, /posts, /whatever. But in this case, we're going /posts and then /post new for new. Does that make sense? Help a little bit?
Yes.
Cool. You can take a picture if you want, I know my handwriting is off. If anybody gets a good picture, put it in the slide, please.
So the cache that we're revalidating, that's our cache. On like the local website would be like the client's cache data, it's not on the client. Personal data.
So
I guess where does that cache live? Does that cache live on the server that's hosting the site, or is that cache like?
So once it's in like production, well, even really in like that environment, so it's going to be using like the browser cache and because like what's it doing is, it's gonna go access that browser cache and it's gonna say what's the word? Oh, it's gonna access that information, it's gonna try to pull it in and So it should be hosted on the browser. Yeah, so it's gonna be um so like if you were using like Google Chrome, right? It's gonna when it makes that call, it's gonna check, the cache in Chrome, and then it's going to attempt to access the cache that's in Chrome. And then unless it needs to be uh revalidated, then it will access like the API call that you're trying to make. What was I going to say? So like essentially like if you were to do like a what's called like a hard reload, uh it would, if you were to do a hard reload, it would still go and get that API call from your application, because you just told the browser to invalidate any cache that it already has with it, and then go get the new information.
So I guess more specific use client versus user, because in my mind, that would be like a client action if you're interacting with clients or browser. So I guess what draws the line between what falls under use server and use client?
So that's a good question. I'm trying to think of how it routes it. So the use, let me see. So I know like in terms of for like the use server and the use client, we should, let me see, let me pull that up, actually. Look at that. Let's see how it's working exactly on this. Where is the page? Okay, yeah, so, huh? Yeah, so it is, so with the Next.js, yes, it has its, it caches the data on the server side. So so it does store it on the server side, so, yeah, I got that mixed up. And then, there it goes. So, yeah, so anytime you make any like, fetch calls, it's gonna store it on the server side as well. And that's gonna be so it's gonna be in addition to the browser's cache as well. So there it goes. Let's see, let me zoom in on that. They have a visual representation. Okay. This. Okay, so yep, so. We're talking about the cash. So yeah, so when, so it has the next, the persistent cache that it has it. So when you request it, it's gonna go and it's gonna set the cache. And then the in-memory is gonna be, so I say the browser, what I really referencing is like the memory. So it's gonna use your computer's memory. So it's gonna use your computer's memory to set the cache as well. And then if you were to do like the no cache with the Next.js, because they have their little no cache feature, it's just gonna skip the next cache, and it's still gonna use your memory, the through the browser is gonna set the cache on your memory. So it's in addition to the browser's cache as well.
It's like a performance.
Y-
for
y-
not having to be-
Yeah, so it's kind of like a um like a server side and like client side working together. So they're both to improve your performance. So instead of having to, like, especially if it's like a large data set, instead of having to go and recall all that, it goes and then it just pull that cache. That's why a lot of times you want to make sure that if it's gonna be something like that's gonna immediately render um on the same path, you're gonna want to revalidate that so that you get the most up to date. And then a lot of times you might, like, if you're working like on an application where you're getting the wrong data, well, that's one of the troubleshooting steps is you always want to clear the cache or revalidate the cache to ensure that it's not a cache issue. Because you might update something and expect to see new data, but you're not getting it, and you're not getting any like errors or anything like that, and that would be typically one of the issues you would see with that. Okay, and then in the code, we have some uh import errors. So we'd have to go through and update our imports. Let's see. Because those are, when I'm doing the test, I forgot. These are using the um import aliases. Or no, these are the default, so it shouldn't cost too much. But I'm not sure why we're having this issue. But so you might have to go through and report some of your imports. So if you npm run dev your or npm run dev your application, you should get some import errors, and then you should just go and re-import those. I recommend, let me see. That's not an import error, so I gotta figure out why that's doing that. But an easy way, and if you can everybody see this, okay? Okay. So if we get the Prisma from the lib, you can just do the import and then let IntelliSense do all the hard work for you. But then I think, so with this one, you shouldn't get this one, but if you do, let's see if this will fix it. Because it's not finding the module for it. And I know I have all my dependencies installed. Prisma client default. So I'm gonna try something. Let me know if you need help with updating the imports. I would just update the imports and handle the errors as you go. Because there's only a couple imports, I believe. Now, how did I manage that? So delete. Oh, the 500. Okay, let's see. Good post name. So I know that one is. But it's running. Oh yeah, we're running a server. Generated. Or my. Oh. Let me know if or when y'all get through the import issues, but if you're having problems with the import, let us know.
Pull that, so you don't have an import load up that you put in, I didn't catch it
The which one?
on your. Oh, you typed something a minute ago on a file, I didn't catch you, I think it's on your, underneath your new page .jsx import from. That what you,
Oh, yeah, I was just showing you the, re-import either way, using the telesense.
yeah, I didn't catch what you did, or where you kept, what you did it. Oh.
Yeah.
Are you getting any import errors?
I
I changed them. They're not. Are you running like your server running?
Oh, I mean, in the terminal, yeah, it's saying it's unreachable. When I tried to go to.
No, that's for the Prisma dev. That's your server.
I mean, I'm not
Prisma.
getting anything pulled up, but I don't think.
So
Yeah,
we're on
but-
local file.
Okay.
No, just do local file first. Let's see. Yeah, after Prisma. So you got.
Just.
Okay.
So we still have to have the two terminals running, one has to have this. MPX pre-spawn depth, and then on terminal 2, we do the.
Okay.
On the server?
Yes.
Yeah, everybody good?
Okay, what is it, whatever. So, and post page, so go to your, post.
Oh, under post page.
Yeah, so, that one, so we're gonna import Prisma, so.
Right there.
I can get rid of this one. I need to rearrange it.
This will be a revenue.
So,
Best.
okay, so for this one,
Oh, I gotta do the on second terminal. We have to,
It's not related to that, it's because of how it's being imported, I think. And then put it- I think. Yeah, no, sure.
So I don't have any errors, but when I go to my post, I do.
So for the,
So go to. So go to your file. Then, lid folder. So, we're gonna have to re-import that. Okay. So. It's gonna be the. Prism. It's gonna be the Prism client, that's it, the generator, where's that engine? Okay.
get rid of this one.
It should.
That's happening to me. Good. It's not gonna get into it.
It's not, is it for the folder, does it exist?
I'm getting something else from that, this, he helped me resolve that. But John should get different. I
Oh,
started to type the same thing, so if you'll do an extra line. Don't delete it yet, it's in folder. Go ahead and start to type reasonable. And then from this line, so go ahead and tab and that, now we can get rid of that one. Most necessary, she would help us. What, but now you'll get this next thing to go. It says please improvement generating, so I just did, now I'm gonna refresh.
okay. So. I've never seen that. Right. Indication. I would say that should have put that down there if you did, I would try getting one more than see.
So I'm getting the same much speaking to find good. Thanks, so that.
First time
Is this related to each of us that? On the generator, and it goes in, study, because you're using online plugins.
You said it.
I was getting these
Yeah.
errors, but I deleted the generated folder and I deleted it in the setup where it's now, but it's in source folder, and it works for me, but I'm using the online version
You're using the online version?
of,
Oh, is there?
I know this is the most. Because when we did it last week, it said there's that outlet, like we had to delete it. I don't know what. What's it?
and that's just in the, you're just on the post,
Right.
So,
This one.
in the schema, so Christmas schemes. I deleted the house but one.
Oh,
And I deleted the generation is older.
so
We did that last night, but I'm using the online.
the online one?
You know, it's like, I don't know if it's related, but
let's see.
this is.
I did move to get rid of that output.
Uh,
That's what we're pointing at.
did that work for you?
No, not yet.
Oh,
Yeah, once it releases its output and then folder it, and figure out which it is.
Here's a stat. I don't know if it's.
Oh, yeah, yeah. It's that.
No.
That's fine. So there, it might be related, cause it doesn't have to be necessarily, so that just changes for whatever the type of call it is, so it might. Yeah, I think so. Slow down.
That's my feed.
So you might change the app to like a dot dots, but like,
Try,
yeah,
so.
cause I was having addition.
Invalid.
Sometimes you might have to add in 2 or 3. I had it at like 3 at like 4, I believe, connected.
So like,
That's not the exact same.
instead of that,
You just do dot dot.
It doesn't necessarily have to get the same, that's, it might, it might be off from like the same.
Well, going back to the same error.
Maybe try this.
Just two.
So the output references where the generator file is gonna go.
Yeah, I didn't know what to talk about.
Provider, what was calling it, Jerry? Let's see. Oh, yeah, I got the, yes.
I just fix your runtime. That was the way she would say, or that was common for you.
Okay. Alright, so now that we're all pretty much on it. So you're getting. Okay, you're ready. If you go to your, you go to your mid. And then this one, and then change the import. So it's pretty, it's doing from at critical client, you're gonna wanna change it from at, to generated.
Okay.
Okay. Is there a chance it could be because we're running source in this app, like with the apps? Because I have source and then I have app, then the source, and yours, I don't have the source.
I got one.
I have the source and that.
Is yours working?
Uh,
Oh.
I remember we got to do like a both thing. You remember this?
Yeah, so I had
trying to
to-
look at that's what is.
I had to redo my database a bit, didn't have to change all the after I did anything else,
Oh, okay.
but I didn't have to do the generator.
Let you do that.
Yes, so, no.
Oh, yeah.
Over now.
So, I was trying, I remember last week, I had the same issue. This not about that thing. So I'm going to do that, so I changed it. And, I guess I gotta
Go to your.
try to run this over again.
Can't resolve, so when it says it can't resolve, that means it can't find.
Yeah.
So,
Change
just delete the whole thing,
Well, that's.
or, yeah, so you can go to the left of it. And then just enter.
Then, go.
Your turn on.
Second.
Yeah, it's your turn. And then go about it,
Yeah, do
and
the,
then import,
you can question.
and then the bracket. Yeah.
Very close to the same.
And then just, yeah. Oh, no, you're supposed to, sorry.
Yeah.
Because it's not gonna have to talk about that, then for sure. You gotta go back to,
Yeah.
so,
So
Give them room.
run dev is not, it's just for your,
and then, yeah,
we're just running. So.
no, you gotta type in create post first. You gotta let it. And post, and then,
Oh, yeah. we can block it.
and then you can get rid of the second line.
But I think I need the document, right?
No, it imported it for you,
Uh,
so it's gonna import it from where it finds it at, so you don't need to change it. Yeah,
I think.
you haven't ran it yet, cause that's the terminal doesn't change, it's gonna keep its, history, so you gotta scroll down, and then.
Okay, now do the first one.
Try like refreshing the page.
You do from.
That,
I do
yeah,
it
from
in
the browser.
garbage now.
Oh.
First you gotta tell her on.
Do not.
So now, so that's different, anyway. Yeah, so now I'm in, so it's prison, post page. Okay, so it's gonna be the app and then post is in page.
See what it looks like.
The post folder, you have the post on notice. Post is, and then the page.
You teach. What should I do? Or is it this one?
And then update, you're gonna fix that, Prisma import the same way we did the create post.
I don't think it's any sense of.
So that's when they changed.
Stop.
Right.
Right, and try it right.
Yes.
No.
You're gonna import, you're gonna fix that import, that Prisma import, like we did the create post import.
This year.
This is my third. This first one.
This one, you would spy.
Oh,
Did you do the, even the,
go to your Christmas,
you did the telesense, let it fix it? To do the
Or
art,
that, I'll put on.
All there.
so, you go hit enter,
And
and then you type,
Now
import, you start typing import this,
Thank you.
and then.
I don't want.
So that should be right, so, but what is it, what is it?
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So, Joe, I've been working that one right now, that's just the, that's called, so, what is your web page saying?
Okay, so second one.
So, go to the browser.
So school is value.
Okay. Server component trace and on. Oh, did you?
This is actually funny. The other two are just for Chris, so what?
Go back to your, so that's, yeah, so right, okay. On the.
Okay. You not like Chrome?
Oh, excuse me, or just to be heard, just be heard.
Chrome is supposed to have like X marks or.
Who's the,
Did you say, no? no one knows. Everyone like to, well, that's.
Because the post page should just be shown in the page.
Yeah.
Switch to edges with the back, and I saw it.
I'll sit.
So change to the scales, change that.
Get that here.
I knew mine.
It's-
Working out for me.
It's always good to build with Cropping because it is the most popular.
And
Okay.
Safari on iPhone is, no, other way, much right. It's Chrome on iPhone is Safari, that's. It doesn't.
Okay.
Clear, so.
Alright.
Uh,
I put it on your refresh.
if you don't get an answer from that, I'll just delete the next, next folder. And then NPO might be up.
Exposure.
So that's, this one.
Okay, you get the.
Getting a bill there saying. To please generate a.
So. Oh, cause you're trying to pull it from, see it's under app, you're trying to pull it from the app.
So change the source. But it still gets that same error.
So you got a source folder.
Source. And then you just hit generate.
What is it? Auto complete here.
So this.
This is definitely like your code is that doesn't.
Okay.
Is it okay, go back to your code? Multiple sellers, you're getting no errors.
Which file are you on?
It's something about use on that.
No, we're not using that. Oh my goodness.
This page is.
Yeah.
It is. I guess it's not, I would say.
No, yeah.
First thing it says.
Maybe you.
Said they what?
I'm late because I didn't have a whole bulletin.
This one?
And some text you, I was like, I made it. It's like, you are so late. I was like, I need to.
Got one job.
Oh, no, he had to work. Not working. Yeah, make.
Are you calling? Trevor, so get rid of the.
Yes, I got it. I'm not sure, I know, she sent a message. Talking about the, and said.
So you're.
Sounds like.
No, I didn't, since I was just wondering.
Oh.
What their route, your.
Oh, that's very sad.
So. I didn't know that. You're doing so good, I really like her.
Yeah. It's very.
Very,
No, not the whole
very
thing.
good now.
Not that first. That's all so.
Yeah, right.
Type import, no. In the,
I mean, thanks. I did make the contact though,
or.
I can do that outside, like all the letters. You know, it's like, that kind of support.
First one.
I'll talk to the bar king, they've got an space, so I'm gonna get them connect around with Becca. They said like, you have, like a 500, it's like a $500 minimum. But
The same.
food or like drinks and then they'll do $1 kickback on draft beer. So we might have a social there, bring my dogs. They'll keep our. It's called the bar. It's a dog, it's a bar, and food. It says indoor, like an acre and a half, maybe. Indoor outdoor. By River Sport, yeah.
My manager, her brother actually.
Like, I love that place.
I've been there, 'cause my dog is but
It's meant for horse dogs. The people that actually train their dogs never bring their dogs to that place, actually. So it's really- And we've got a large pack of 7, so they're pretty ornery, and so, but they've got the workers there that help.
So they have like, kind of like.
They have people that help
Like
babysit.
lifeguards thing.
Yeah, they got lifeguards for your dog, so you can actually kick back, go eat, drink, and your dogs.
This one's right.
It's a horrible place to bring dogs if you're actually trying to train your dogs. So ours are Hellcats, so it doesn't matter, we just bring them in.
Your dog's.
They're kind of trained, they're like, we'll sit and we'll come, and. You know, we'll get off the bed, you know, that's, but otherwise they just do really how they want, so. We're not training for long detection and stuff, not good stuff, but if you are, that's not a good place to bring.
But mine are just that, or they are treated.
Oh, I know.
He's very cute.
Oh, I love it. So see, it'd be cool, you bring your dogs, you know, drink, have some fun.
Oh, the ski.
Support, tackle something in that way.
Yeah, I think it's probably a big turnout.
Yeah, that'd be a cool one, I think. And well, they have this, so they have this large 2,400 square space that is indoors because it rains, so you can still have dogs running around in that area. Then they have an indoor like 60-person capacity private event space. That they said they could just keep the doors open and we could like flow in and out, but that was a piece specifically for, they don't want the dogs on this, like it's indoor separate from dog bill. And then there's the like, the large dog running area, and then there's a private dog area for the private event space, so. They're gonna keep your dogs.
That is.
They have a large dog and a small dog section too, so if you've got large dogs, they run like idiots, you got small dogs, they say so. Not care for.
That's bad. They have the bicycle cities for dogs.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cute. They do birthday parties for dogs too, but I mean,
Oh.
and they've got this like little store and anyways, I was talking to the events that we're doing there. Like they, you're texting before. It's like, I'm over there, I can't give them. I'm gonna get your attention so you can tell this. Without them out, so there's a total possibility for us to do something like that. There is, if you don't have dogs, there's like private indoor by the barn food that no dogs are allowed, obviously you can stay away from the dogs, if you're scared of them and that kind of stuff, because there are some people that are afraid of dogs.
I don't know why you would go, they don't know.
Right, don't go if you don't have dogs, but in case.
No, I'm still troubleshooting.
Two things, one, you just work your fire, so.
Yeah, absolutely,
Two, my wife would sit in the middle of the dog area.
yeah,
Just by.
yeah, me too. Me too, me her okay over there, y'all can bring us drinks. I'm like, follow me, all the dogs,
But what?
they have the water sections sort of on.
Where's it trying to run?
So we took them and there's like, they have like 3 kiddie pools and they've got sprinklers for dogs.
Sounds like a splash pad for dogs.
It's a splash pad for dogs. It's so fun. It's so fun. You have to go visit. It was $12 a dog and then 5 after. So it's $12 for one dog to get it. $5.
That's fine. But
That was cheap. It's for, well, weekends are cheap, but during the really cheap. And then it's $5 per dog. About 7. It costs us like $53.
Yeah.
Altogether. Not bad at all.
Is that a time limit or?
Nope, all day long, run around, when you leave, you leave. It's not like a re-enter all right.
Cause I doubt.
It's a day task, I think, yeah. No, they'll kick you off, and then they have workers that help keep dogs off of each other, they squeaky toy them or break up fights or whatever to. Cause it doesn't matter, they're gonna try to, they're gone, it doesn't matter how little they are, they're. Dogs like to be like, no, I'm the boss here. Okay.
Try restart your server.
So fill it all.
So I just said just breathe. Okay. All right.
I do have a last question.
Yeah.
Okay, are you, if you're, personal server running?
And we gotta be inside the press.
This is.
Oh,
The LS, so I had, so I got to list it.
in that folder. In that folder.
Well, that's what you see. So like this, so if I was,
Okay, now I see, I was looking at this instead of this. Okay, yeah, I'm in the module state folder. Now, that. Okay,
I had. So source, generated. Very bottom of source, just the whole file.
Oh, well,
it's such a folder.
the whole, but you're fine.
Yeah.
And you run,
What?
you get your Mac then work there.
I am gonna get a Mac soon, I'm gonna need it right off this thing, so I don't wanna be here. Oh, I'm gonna buy this company software instead.
Alright.
Okay.
Well, two.
What's that? Is that?
Says,
Yeah.
so I did it before you went deleted the folder. So, there you go. Do one more time.
Now I. Okay.
Look in there.
Sauce.
Oh, no, I'm not back. Sounds great.
Why don't you get over this right curve?
Then run the server.
That's why I'm tired of learning. Tired, my brain needs to rest. Too much, really. I'm overloaded.
I saw.
Okay.
Hey, there you did it. No.
I know you're in front of the actually, forget that part, forget that part.
That's what.
All right. Now this one, I'm in the dead.
See, Chris, I'm generating.
It's always goes.
Okay. All right.
He's like,
Lost.
but was super neat, this. I don't know if this around support. I can reach, but if I go, not we have this video. It just. So I didn't have to go for it.
Yeah, that's pretty.
Might try just to check everything out, like so earlier, there's not.
Oh, of course.
The still got.
Yeah.
Go here.
Oh.
See it's still so that's every time. That's right. I won't mind if I go with you. Every time.
That was
Just the random. Not the old concept. Yes, that's weird. Like so.
Yeah.
So I was wondering direct to 12.
Okay, so this.
I see that. You just installed what was necessary.
So what do you use your car? Yes, what is her?
Yeah, could have been more, oh, there is more.
Sheets. Then for certain. See. Like I open to find out.
Yeah.
See, I guess it is.
Yes.
But it kind of opens to it. Still.
No, it's not the updates, but I'm just saying this. Get rid of everything you can. See how. Once we're. Okay, so we'll see. It's funny to. I think that's.
Let's check the console, let's see what else.
Has to be something with people on or.
Yeah.
No, it's not that. See, it's not. It's not. I'm gonna section, post that, so it's not that to buy. Actually, we'll try.
Yeah, we're gonna get a file them.
Go back to trial. I know something is easy to go. Not really. Post the video. And then. That's the action. That's your first video. It's not all.
Yeah.
Are you doing something? I'll show you.
Oh, that's such a bad. Actually, starts. It might be. Because everything goes to the app. But I posted the more, so I. And we have to, it's the lid. This I have. Yes, everything is the lid. Is sauce. So. But that. No sauce.
If you got your, issues figured out, you can try posting a post
Yeah.
and then see what happens. Did you try to post it, did it work? You posted it to the database?
Yes,
Is yours on your database is online,
yeah,
right?
but I did post that, I got lots of here.
Okay. When you did it, did you just connect it to the database you already have on? Or
I created a new one.
you just created
Just
it?
in the database, but that was it.
Okay, did you do the CLI? The fix it or did you create it manually?
I created it.
Oh,
You guys should have sent it.
Don't be quiet.
Yeah.
Control.
What's this error?
Right, when I did it.
Well, no,
There, if I just send you like copy and paste.
so it's like, see your post, see it said get post, right?
Said it's.
And then give the 200.
Library.
So it's saying it's successful, but it's not. So that's, but it's saying 23107. Why? Right, I can't say. That's usually every time. I'm not supposed to say. Yeah, and try.
Oh, yeah.
Take a shot of the video like that.
It says on top, it's generated. Oh, so it's fine. How it.
If you know.
Tell us.
Well, we have one, let's do this.
It's only to leave this one.
Then,
Good back.
let's see.
That cost me that issue. Increase one. Why?
Well, every two, well, not really, it's, basically, it's. It's the.
Yeah.
But it's a little bit under decline.
Trying to cancel it and then.
Yeah. forget it.
That's what it is. So stop it and run it, well, stop it and then generate first.
Yeah. It's all
Do we ever?
And
Yeah.
so then you have to change your.
We're done.
Why would that not be?
What is social?
Well, later, there's no, I usually use your sort of old stuff
Yeah, I wish that was.
on the.
It's trust. But every time I'm like. Boy, I set up my board was. So I don't have this, yeah. I do it like, okay, so.
Lazy sport.
Okay, but.
Let's start with,
It's really. It's different.
This for all kinds of like,
Yeah, so when it's something.
I give you. No. You can say that would kill the term like. And I have things that some point, started him, that's what he was saying. And. You go.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's. Yeah. That's all I do, I work with the culture, so I say, but, I don't know. That's okay.
So Canada. Going network. Here.
just refreshing.
Yes, and you feel this or just click close to this. See what it was, see when it's open everything. That's so. You on that, okay.
That's what we did.
Okay, no, that's. No, it's hard to get one. I guess it's like the restart this over.
Oh, so must, no store must control, or must revalidate.
Yeah.
So what else we're supposed to be doing? Let's just make sure the close same things on. That's all. I'm something great. I think it's.
I talked about that from the very beginning, we were installing, so, that.
So this is, okay, so let's go to like this and then I'm sure this is. Oh, yeah.
I was getting the mail, and I don't know what I did.
So it's not running.
It's just that I'm-
So you're trying to teach. So I have no idea.
So it's definitely clicking on the.
Yeah, go to- go to-
Trying to load it.
We got access to it. I will.
We
So I
go.
was learning to have some structure. So I have posted inside the app,
Yeah. That's right.
okay,
Yeah. Kind of like.
and then I have.
That's what that's what I'm. Just go down to the second.
So that's what I.
And I think just.
Yes.
See how you. So.
Yeah.
But now you're.
Just thinking. This whole thing. And it's control.
That's this.
Preload, it means we
Okay.
like style, but not then, this is.
Actually, I'm sorry.
That is.
No, I'm sorry, keep the, go to the top of the space.
Yeah.
You're just calling out. Because this is what's actually calling.
Okay.
So if that's not happening, page something, but.
Okay.
So you're, so there it is.
That does make sense.
So,
Something.
the problem is, like, we're doing
See.
those cells on jail, there's somebody that work, that's there. Here's why, same thing.
I don't know why the UI, but
Oh, yeah. It's good, you might work those, so it's really.
Yeah, there's good.
I will leave that.
I just copied the two we had.
Have you already looked out the article? Or do you kind of see?
Yeah, I got that. And I thought that you get already had, if I didn't let, I can still this. But it's me, just, all right, let's look at. Yeah.
So it'd be your user name.
This. Okay. Good.
Let me verify that this is filed, one copy.
Yeah.
So you want to really break your something from copy.
Well, my code was saying that. It was saying that the post.
Finger on your page, finger close on your code.
I was like, why are you doing this? So, this would. Well, look at that. Yep. Alright, yeah, I mean, everything looks.
Yeah, it did. I think about the.
What is your, what error? On the bottom.
Problem, couldn't download the.
That policy, so, I mean. Stuff.
They tried, create the post.
Testing, no, not yet.
Grab this error, I'm going to look at it. Here's what we're saying. Instead of, this, on my side it's saying, I'll try to really check posts. So it just says, yes.
Oh, your post page.
Yeah.
It does that for each of the columns.
Oh, we use some source? I feel like we get firewall. So we like.
Oh, no.
And then.
Oh.
Smear for routes.
So go back to
Yes.
fix the order for both. So this,
Things that are actions folders.
Yeah.
Who took your action folders? Let me, all this is actions.
Maybe it's like,
Post those link. Check out.
yeah, right.
Check out sales.
Grab this, and throw it in the chat, so you're getting that. The problem is,
It's gonna be posts, but I'm going to post. Nothing for secure, service, right? It's gonna be,
yeah.
This started under right after.
Oh, this was also reported.
Just fix that up. Then you're gonna line.
It's gonna be this stuff.
Okay, well, let's get.
But,
Get rid of your node.
and now we go to.
Yeah, if it's a problem, it's not gonna be with that import, so you just leave that import how it is, because it's using the telesense, so the telesense is gonna, essentially gonna pull us in the right place, so if it's a problem, it's gonna be with the critical file itself.
Should I go with the list?
Let's see what does the browser say now? Okay. Yeah, sure.
Okay, and then you.
We're talking on full screen.
Yeah, three fingers at the same time. You got gestures on.
Yeah.
So refresh. So now we gotta go to the personal client. So the personal client will have the same practically, so
Be sure of password folder.
it's gonna be real important.
The one we put first.
So go to the list, personal,
It's gonna be.
Yeah. Yeah, I got that.
personal,
This one. No.
yeah, and then
Now.
fix that report, the same way. You say you posted them or did we?
Yeah, so it's still loading. It's on the server side.
And then, yeah, everything cut down. So. You said pink down this way. Yeah. Every time I try to run, so it's. So as soon as you get to. Oh, you can't run into that one, come on, make it. You're. This is where. Yeah.
Use edge to.
This is my Christmas story. Christmas server. Try restarting the server. Did you?
Sounds like
Yeah,
it's
already
already
started.
for stay, to be honest.
Okay, when you let everything Christmas later.
Yeah, so look at this. I put the errors and it says.
Okay.
This one. It's one thing my speed is six.
Right.
What's inside, this is the one. As a cost of your regular class.
So this
Are
one.
you using,
The one earlier.
Your
Here's the slightly different.
Honestly, I went to my server that's running. And I did say, so I feel like it's already on. It's crystal there, and I went to the folder that I was after I got married. So after I married, serious. And then I did get started. Pretty good, right? It works, started working. Good start.
Yeah, it should be inside the app.
I don't imagine. Still, probably get you.
Look at there.
Well, thanks.
Lead it all, bring it on.
Alright,
Door.
right, no.
Let it off.
Bring more those in for you. Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
That was us.
You can now.
Yeah, right. Everybody else in the, you know, uninstall.
Okay, we got one.
We're not getting, we're not getting the issue with,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so she had to basically be there for.
So delete like all the.
Node modules, package JSON on.
Okay.
No, it shouldn't there.
So for all, that's what.
Okay, so what's your?
I've been deleting. I've been deleting.
Christmas.
Yeah. No, no.
It's making it work for you. You're living. You can work with it.
That's cool.
So don't worry about it. What's the meeting? So just kind of daily nodes and bring it.
Maybe we should simply run okay, because this is a new bro.
It was new, bro.
What's
the last thing?
Back to the version again. I didn't realize it.
Yes.
You moved it?
So here's what we're gonna do, delete generate file. Take your lid, put it outside of your source folder.
Yeah, the server.
Take it outside.
So just pull it over the top.
Can I not?
Throw it over there.
Yeah.
Very good. Copy all of it. Why did it keep being? Did it? The one, that's eight. Okay, delete that.
No.
This is,
This one is.
this EM.
Like you. Yeah.
You have the notes that you have at the beginning of class? You have the notes that you have at the beginning of class, are you able to post it in the slide, so I can see it, like, do those notes?
For the Prisma and all that?
Yeah, all the things. Definition, the code, the changes, select, are you, post it and select something, do those notes?
Yeah, I can do that for you. Yeah, I can do that. Of course.
You made that yourself, like, coded it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yep, I coded it all in there. So I'll post that. Let me go ahead and after the.
That's cool.
But now, you can get to.
Let me see.
Congratulations, all the way to Boston.
No.
All of these?
Oh,
Or-
can.
Okay.
So now, lives outside. There's two buttons I worry about, so that's.
No, I can do that. Yeah.
You do not have anything.
So I'll-
It's hard to take notes, so I can go back and notes, these notes right here.
Absolutely. I got you.
Okay, and then you put on post. And it doesn't move, you would be-
Just.
So now you know you're.
Okay,
So here's where you're gonna have the distress. Go to.
I don't know if I feel conflict, they'll block you through all. So I'll just share. We have any improvements. I deleted all the modules.
So that's the first. Actually.
Well, first I stopped.
So.
Stop.
Let's do busy type of thing.
Yeah, I deleted the
Yeah.
whole one. Yeah. It'll help you get them back quickly. And then your package lock.
We're gonna need to.
Okay, and then events.
Yeah.
That.
Yeah, like.
Well, I already did mine, and I'm trying walking through his, so we'll know if not, Brian can help. I deleted our node package, deleted the JSON block, and then we reinstalled it all.
Okay, delete your move on forward. This one, go. I would have been a grand with the volunteer, man, volunteer with some of these.
Oh, yeah, the same. Okay, so just do the, yes,
Oh, that's why.
on your first, on your first.
Oh, this was.
On the
Yeah,
first.
let's go.
Our spouse, on the first.
That's what.
Stop it if it's right.
So it's always.
Um,
Like, thank you, that's coming in.
and you're on service. Yeah. Yeah, so it's. You can stop.
Is it less complicated just doing app instead of source, like for the future?
It's just one more folder we're doing.
It can be.
Yeah, yeah, like if I'm doing source, I'm gonna have my source file.
And do index
Front end.
the DB push first.
But, yeah, it's left, you can get it. Okay. We are no longer back, because the next like that, okay, so let's, do our.
There goes.
Two documents.
And
Yes,
here.
so, yes.
Here's the-
You can do it. So that- Quite good.
And after that, we're gonna open a third terminal. And then again, then run it.
You turn on. This is where we're gonna do our, push center, is that right?
Yeah, it's in mine, so you get the push and then now generate. Then we'll open the third terminal. Thank you. Oh, not Brian will help me walk through it, I think that's. We'll see.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Or actually, but
Let's see if it
Yeah, you just want to. Go ahead and do your
Third
third,
one more.
yeah, do third terminal. And now do NPM.
Right now, we're doing third number.
Yeah.
This is where you're gonna.
Yes, yes, you're good with my brain fast.
This is your next JS. The others are just.
Now.
Alright, so yeah, so we'll need to go and do the direct path.
Now that's working.
Okay.
This here, Liz.
It's sort of.
I forgot we didn't comment.
We didn't even comment. Oh, we gotta uncomment some things. Okay, that's right.
The dot dot.
Okay,
Yeah, so get rid of that whole
hang
lot.
on, I'll show you what we're gonna, yeah, we're gonna comment out.
Sorry, I love it. You still. Yeah, I guess we. And then do your photos.
Under posts, okay, under your posts.
Okay,
page
good.
down
What
to
is that word?
86. Second one, because that was actually this, yes. So there's from under the deck,
Right.
all into that function, comment out, constant.
Check that.
Post.
There's another one too. Yeah, the
Or
post,
do you,
Hey.
okay, so comment it or
So
uncomment?
your first.
yeah, comment those out,
So it's.
from there to there, yeah.
Don't trash it. Just stop.
Yes, okay.
Things.
Can you take those off and then highlight the whole thing and do logo packs? Highlight. Yeah, down control, yeah, back just weird, why does yours still show up and not show? Weird.
Control,
No. On down, we commented out from. Under space whiteboard. You want me to go back up? I commented out the constant closed border by all of that, yes.
Okay, go back to your.
Back to, not back to,
Scheme.
this one,
And you're the output lines.
that's what I did, but. Maybe it's still comes in.
It is.
Yeah.
What's that? Man?
Now-
Sorry. I thought you said something.
And then we commented out to hire. Not that. This. All right, now try to click.
Oh,
Yeah, we did.
Good work.
Because.
You know, me too. So we're at the end of.
I was gonna refer to Brian next.
No, so what?
I get why, bro. And that's. Ours is not like. I remember you asked Chad why.
Yeah, there's an under post.
Want to comment?
Yeah.
Or while we commented,
Oh.
make comments, like my page, page wasn't.
So you're no one
close.
That.
Let me make those comments.
What's that now? Come down.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I think. Right.
It was.
There it goes.
It was just trying to load it like some other. Maybe.
How do you have your structure, so you have source in that,
Yes.
Yeah.
and you didn't have a follow with yours?
But I did try so.
Do you have
But I did
a-
get her, but it worked.
Oh.
But if I had it, yeah.
you're pretty old.
Yeah.
Oh, I see, okay, so you're on a tip different.
I had to leave the.
Okay, then you are, okay. Huh, okay.
Are you still having issues with your post page?
Yeah, so that's
Oh, I
what this
see.
is, and.
Did anybody not have those issues?
Brian,
So.
and then have to do and
Yeah, so you have to, but y'all need, you don't know.
We deleted both modules and the package, but I think what really did was commenting out the functions in the post page. But did anybody's work without this,
Did you have a
like,
comment?
yours did, we're out of the way? Is the way, can I see the way yours set up?
Things that can help.
Fine.
It controls you.
yeah, so now I can switch
Oh, you
posts. But it won't actually.
Yeah, I
Which I
have.
imagine is.
I was wondering if there's any difference, but yours worked out still, no problems.
I don't know how it's. So. That's what it was.
So on your local post, your local post,
It might.
your page, I'm sorry, you're on the browser, the browser.
So when you click on new post, you're on a different page.
Right.
So,
All of
so
them.
this folder. So go to
You
your.
didn't add any extra, you can direct copy paste from Slack.
This one should be start my server.
Push it and generate the,
Okay.
Just on posts.
I'm not
No,
sure.
no, your actual like databases.
This
So that's
What was different about your situation than all of ours? Cause if you're swiped right away, then
So you go back to.
like what to see?
Third control.
Okay.
And then type in subscriptions.
So we comment, do we uncomment that back out, Brian?
We'll have to get the post, which means it may not. But yeah, that's why it's not.
It looks like he has commented this back out, it's working.
Christmas gift.
He had the same issue, but now there's another, no, another.
I didn't fix that error. So we're trying.
Okay.
So yeah, it's not.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then did you
Oh.
use the solar?
Okay.
Yeah, so it's for
That. Yeah, give her the.
Only thing that changed was you changed this up here to import,
Hey, on your lid, this one?
So it should be, so essentially.
This prison appliance.
Okay, that's what I think is,
That's one thing that you changed when you import to this one. That is in the Lua and then Christmas. Oh, yeah, the generator. I think that's be from at generation, I think it was all.
But we were trying to generate it.
So don't say.
okay, so at
That's what they're saying.
/generated / prism.
Alright, say that.
To the dance. To the
This is in the,
The Lua and then Christmas, that's the air.
oh, okay, so that's right then, at /generated.
So.
Is that right?
You're not able to pull your post to the product.
You're working like this part, yeah.
Okay, and then you probably killed everything, restart.
Yeah. It is.
And then it's like.
The server and that was right.
Okay, go back to your.
It's weird.
Okay, the server still up, it was pushed to some very low way.
Yeah.
Kill it and go ahead and.
And then.
Alright. That's true.
Which, double check your import, right, from first month.
This one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's, okay, so let's go to. So it's here, it's held up here. Almost very thanks. Okay. Again. So. So go to, pretty much,
That's the one. Yeah, we're about to find out if this.
Yeah, I know, it's really good install. Yeah, since. That would, yeah, I think. Maybe we can order. Just that.
They tried doing the, you should have to leave and no.
I wanna make sure that it's, okay.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, you have to reload it.
And then if you got next, next order, just that.
This.
Cross them out.
Oh.
Same thing that we counted, that she counted. And, we have. Great, that, and then over here we have. What's that matching?
Is it the closer? Is it the other thing? That it? No way, that's it. Go to your schema.
Yeah.
No, we have created that.
Yeah.
Said when the post is trying to find it. Create. Post that.
Just one more.
Let's see, go to your page.
Oh, no, we'll do that. So when you do create your. So, then delete that, then try to do something, we're just important to want to know what they're, understand more what they do, that's the public manager. Then, I just want to understand more, call someone to the public manager, or you want to do something else.
No, I don't wanna do software development, so else.
That, next one
I
is
just
created.
make the jump from
Yeah.
project manager to my own, I have my own company, so I left Square and I've been on my own for the last. Since in May, so, yeah, I've been building.
Yes, I type what you're saying.
Oh,
Right, using like already scripts and things and shared service tools to build websites, but I want to do is a little bit more.
That's creative, yeah.
Yeah, a little more back end, which is very difficult. So,
Now we got.
but yeah,
Okay, that's just one. You're my schema.
Yeah.
thank you for trying to help me.
Mine, I typed that one.
They're all set up.
Yeah, I switched library to what he shared, he has shared, but I'm gonna switch it back to your.
I have a typo right here.
Where?
I had about, I was missing this right here
So it's this.
on my side.
Okay, Travis, Aaron, you have the, what is yours slash generated?
I don't know.
Yes,
So I probably don't.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
it's gonna be the generated.
That's good one.
Yeah, when I commented everything back, I got errors. With, yeah.
Oh, just that generated.
So.
That's fine.
What we. I could try.
I didn't
Mine
kill it.
worked with that.
No.
Have the gender.
Should,
Yours did, I know, so. I love that.
So, yeah.
see it once.
Starts there.
Yeah.
Never,
Can I see what's in your library for the digest? Cause I made a switch to what he.
Alright, it's. Okay, and then you didn't have to mess with the middle muscle.
So. I love that. In your space.
It's doing the same stuff again.
So why don't you now? Yeah, first, we can see him. Yeah, so you have presentations. Always. Oh, yeah. Okay. Here, right?
you use the storage, you just do that.
That's what I thought, maybe there's
So,
a path issue.
curious. No, you guys are doing. HubSpot? Or also.
See, it came back when I carved that out and it's back.
Yes.
So when, this year,
They.
this is commented out. This is commented out.
It's taking like, I
Then
don't know as much about.
I'm interested to see, but.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, it's under- I
I saw Peter posted.
Oh, What I covered was actually.
Yeah,
It's an issue with.
I think it happened a couple months, so,
Really
you know,
fast.
so, yeah, he works at Clover now. and,
So, let's try to go.
Just for chat. Chat with them.
But,
Chase.
now, you can say, look, I'm.
First,
Yeah, he's, yeah, okay.
coming down, so.
There's someone else.
What's wrong, that's my question.
But anyway, over in Clover now, and they still.
You think they see way to serve,
Right.
start to get in.
Yeah, it's kind of complicated, but yeah, I think. Yeah, you guys still there, England, and we have a couple parts where we're working to more down spot type stuff.
So check the personal client.
Yes, we're, I mean, nothing else kind of like, they generate clients over there.
And I still didn't, I still had it.
Going well, like.
I changed it to app,
Same,
app,
just.
self generated.
Still generating.
No, I
So
changed
you
it to
got
app.
touched it. Yeah, it's still a pretty new thing, I think.
Okay, so we want me to put, okay, for up here, so it should be app / generated.
Oh. Let's try to color sense. Let's do it with the color sense.
That is.
Okay.
So most of this is the. Here or.
Okay.
Figure it out, whatever they market is right now, that's the idea of being.
Let's try this.
Big enterprises use the tools that they use, but, you know, what's the.
So you did the generated actors, you know, had that thing.
You know, I think it's probably.
That before this.
Especially in marketing, I think it's like doing what we have always done, which is custom software, but like, a lot of larger companies don't want something.
So what we did was,
Oh,
you know,
something that can.
package launch, and then.
Right.
Yes.
This one will take.
So do I-
I was like. I know they can't. so-
Like, so,
I don't know, I don't even tell.
It's just very confident.
Yeah, I mean, it's,
Usually it's a spreadsheet number, that's kind of like. I thought like for that. How many years ago delivery? That's what we found, right? Oh, it's where. Yeah. But they don't like, the people on that, which means like, more track, less, literally, no traffic. I, like my first year. March through.
So you changed the.
It's crazy, and this year, yeah.
Are you talking about? Oh, okay, so.
What kind of stuff are you doing then? Right now, we're kind of got to.
And then that fixed it, or?
Like a big thing that I did recently is kind of like rework some logic, pulls new pages, basically like new pages instead of reporting back. Okay, let's pass it, we used to do. No, what we do is 15, yes, back, like if you use, if you follow a certain campaign, you switch this. You would earn. It's like // here. This is like you now, for you.
Yeah.
For testing two others. Or the guy. Yeah. How to bring that in without breaking it. What is this?
Oh.
It's like it's an instance of like.
Windows.
Something like all the next.
Chat saying something about.
Exactly what it is. We have a bunch of other different campaigns that.
I said,
It's a very, like, sensitive area. It's like, we're probably gonna limit it. Exactly, and it's like,
you're taking away my money.
That's what I'm sure you gotta do. It's like, oh, like, you know, the. On Instagram as well.
Okay, so it's definitely a window.
Yeah, the people on social media.
Okay, so you'll never believe that. No, I never considered that.
Yeah.
I was like that, sort of half order. And
That's not where anyone
that's
else.
interesting.
Yeah, so actually what we might do is like.
You that, honestly, like, we're.
Instead of using it directly.
We have so much bad, and that, like, I wonder, we're doing stuff with a client right now, and.
Because, so I figured out.
Beginning of the project.
Wow.
there's a lot of like, you buy new apps where, like, podcast, and have projects and growth and science. Creative work, and I always, in the budget, so it made one thing, so like this, just like, oh, adapting to the flow, and it worked and everything. Some users.
I imagine someone was running.
And they're scared, like, let's put it out, like,
So like this time,
it's also like.
Yeah,
So I
this time
found
last year,
and
and
like,
like,
these are just like smaller percentage.
Yeah,
of how we
this time last year was
I was like, no one, no one's gonna tell you it's wonderful.
Yeah.
because you can change
it was just like,
So
we
you
didn't
change it as well. Right, I wasn't even talking about that.
And
But it's also like
you have to be a little bit more involved in the setup.
Then a year later, so that's what you how you do it now. It's great. You know? No one ever cheers, at least like when software pieces like that. No one ever liked to go.
Yeah, you got a little bit more
No
notice.
store shares like.
Maybe almost whatever.
No,
But if you go.
because the rest of it was gonna be them working on their portfolio. We were gonna get through all that, and then whatever.
Modified flows or something.
I didn't know it was gonna be that much coverage,
Yeah.
but then just give them an idea of what happened to the, what Prisma's doing on the back
Yeah.
end. That's it.
It's like, yeah, here, we need to pick up.
All right, cool.
It's great. We went through that all the time.
All right, we'll focus, we got Aaron coming back to us, for the Windows folks, I think probably like Eric did, going using the neon, whatever it was called, is probably an easier solution than trying to figure out why Prisma and Windows don't like each other. So, you can go back to what we did last week, and do that. I'm gonna find it.
Right.
Yeah, other than that, someone want to mention, so next week is the last week, right?
Yes.
So this, be thinking about those who are doing, capstone, which, are you doing capstone? I didn't remember if I saw you in there, okay, cool. So that I think we'll have six or seven, so we should, I think we'll do maybe 2 groups, maybe 3, we'll figure it out. But be thinking of ideas, like what do you want to build, right, during the capstone? Capstone will be 4 to some odd number of weeks, depending on how long we want to spend on it. But we'll build something from scratch. I did think about potentially like working on an already made application, but I think that'd be more complicated, but it'd be more real world. So anyway, think about ideas, we'll vote on ideas, make little groups, pretty cool. Do you have anything you want to add about the things? No, okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay, then with that, we're gonna bring up Aaron Kraus, aka the code boss. He's a senior engineer at Clever, is that?
Yeah, I've been developing for over 15 years now, so,
So,
and I don't have any slides, I'm just gonna stand up here.
so the idea is, I think the QA,
Yeah, I've got a little bit of stuff that I'll say, but yeah, most of this QA, so be thinking of questions, I'm gonna talk for like 5 minutes or so. But yeah, I've been doing this, my name's Aaron Kraus, I work at this company called Clever, we're local, it's spelled Clevyr. Is this like your computer here, Brian?
yeah.
Ooh, cool. I can just kind of like load up random thing. Let's see. So where I work, Clever, we're local, we're in the Midtown area. For now, we actually are going to sell the building, just because we're mostly remote anyway. So we're all going to work from home. So for now, for about a month, 2 months, something like that, we're going to be in the Midtown area. We do software consulting though, and that's what I do. So when you're talking about different jobs you can get, you can work for a big company, you know, like a Paycom or something, and work for their product, and that's great. You can do consulting as well. So what I do is I work with a bunch of different clients, not always at the same time, but sometimes it's a few, and we're building software for them. So like one example is my big project right now is Oklahoma has the largest youth livestock show in the nation, like thousands of like 18-year-olds and under come participate in it, and we're building a big piece of software for that. So that's agricultural side of things. I didn't really grow up in an agricultural or livestock industry, so I learn a lot to do that. I've also worked on projects last year in the beverage distribution industry, like how liquor stores get their products and how they make their sales. Totally different from livestock, right? So under the hood with consulting, it's a lot of fun because you get to learn a lot about how different industries do their stuff. It's also, you change a lot, you context switch. That's a big phrase that we use a lot. Like you know, we'll be thinking about this project and then, oh, there's a bug on livestock project. Like, let me shift my headspace to this. You do have to do a lot of context switching with consulting, which no one likes that. No one loves being told, hey, you got to change what you're thinking to work on this. But I love working on different pieces of software, different projects. We try to stay pretty up to date with the tech we use, and I genuinely love it. When working at like, you know, a big company, you're going to get really good at what that company does. You're probably going to learn a lot about what that industry is. You're probably not going to change technologies that often because, you know, they're supporting probably thousands of users and everything. Those decisions that if you're upgrading a version or using a new technology, eventually you'll do it, but it might take years to like make a change there. So, you know, pros and cons. That's just kind of, you know, I would love to talk about that and everything, but work here at Clever. I've been doing this for a long time. And one thing, I've got like my little notes on my phone. The thing I really wanted to talk about today, which is only gonna take a few minutes, I can talk about the tech side of things all day long. Ask me questions about that if you would like to. What I'm gonna talk about is the stuff that you probably don't want to hear that I wish I knew when I was getting into the field, like the realist type stuff. And what I mean by that is the hard work is not going to stop now. Like I remember what it's like learning this field and thinking, awesome, like I'm going to school, I'm ready for a break, right? Like I've been working my butt off trying to like learn this stuff, and then you know, and then I want to get that job and I want to just relax or something. It's not how you should probably view this whole thing. I think Brian had a good LinkedIn slogan. It might still be on there, but it was like, "Don't go around acting like the world owes you something." That's kind of what it was, right? Like the hard work is gonna have to keep going on. Like after you get this, after you kind of go through this is the realist part. Like no one's gonna be lining up to give you a job. You got to go out there and get it yourself. That's something I wish I knew kind of going into it, because I thought, oh, like I've got this, you know, I've got this certificate, I've got this degree, like who wants me? And it's, you know, it's just crickets in the room, right? You got to go out there and you got to do the networking. You got to, your first job in this field is probably not gonna, you're probably not gonna get it in any way that you could have planned. You're probably gonna meet someone out of the blue and they're gonna have a friend who has an uncle who's looking for a developer. It's something like that. You can be at a store and like, you know, just talking with someone in the aisle. You could be, you know, at a restaurant, you hear someone talking about a website. You might just pick up, you know, hey, I do that. Like, you know, talk about that. You might be at the neighborhood pool. It's something like that. It's going to be something like that. Go to the networking events for sure. Like, you know, Techlahoma's got some networking events that are quarterly. There's events. I also run OKC Web Devs, which is a local user group. We haven't had as many meetups the last couple of months. That's also because I've been moving. That was a couple months ago too. We're going to get ready to start doing some more meetups, probably later this month, if not early August, but probably pretty soon. Go to those events and just like try to meet one new person at those things. That's a goal that I personally have, is like meet one new person, because that's how you build. Not only is it how you're going to get your opportunity, but you're going to build the safety net, because eventually you're going to probably not have that opportunity, whether by your choice if you leave or not your choice. And then you always want the safety net of like, okay, who can I call on that might need my help? Like, who can I ask for, you know, like, hey, you work at this cool place, you work at a Paycom, like, can I go work there? Like you know, American Fidelity or a Loves or something, which you got a Loves guy in the back right there. So it's all about that stuff. So I would love to tell you as a developer, like the tech skills are all you need. Learn that and you're going to be good. The social skills are always going to trump pretty much everything. Like you got to know the tech stuff for sure. Like what you're doing here is fantastic. And kind of segueing into that, you know, no, you're going to have to go out there and get that first opportunity, like find a way to do that. And it's just by like kind of meeting people. But once you get that opportunity, here's the next part that you probably, you know, don't always want to hear. You're going to have to work pretty hard at it. Not necessarily to keep it or anything, but like you're going to have to like show off your skills and put in that extra effort. You know, make like, there's that JFK quote, like, don't ask what your state can like, you know, or what your country can like, you know, do for you, ask what you can do for your country. Like we're in a world right now where like, you know, I think a lot of employees are thinking like, you know, I need my company to do everything for me, and then I'm going to work for my company. And that's, for a lot of people, that's fantastic. Don't ever let a company, you know, mistreat you. Don't work over hours, but like when you're there, don't ever think things like, you know, that's not in my job description. Like I've helped out people at work that it's not my discipline at all. I've taken out trash cans at my work all the time. Like those kind of things, like those subtle things, that's what's going to really build up like this reputation of you in the company. And it's going to help you just build that stability, that reputation. Like, again, I'd love to tell you, if you go to work and you're just like the smartest kid in the room, you know, doing tech stuff, that's all you need. But if you're a good person, if you're like kind, and if you like do things that are just like, you know, oh yeah, like I like, you know, oh, if I was working with Brian and I knew like Brian was just like a generally good person, I'm gonna want to work with him a lot more than someone who is not that good of a person. So keep up the tech skills, but there's so much more to this field than just the tech side of things. Like you gotta be a good person. You gotta be relatable. Like, you know, find ways to kind of connect with people. It's all about building that safety net, that networking side of things. And I know, I'm sure like networking, you probably like, you know, it's probably beating a dead horse. You probably heard about like, you know, you got to network to, you know, keep everything up in this. But I'm just saying, find ways to do it in ways that are not explicit. Like, don't just go to the event, that's the networking event. Like going to it means nothing if you don't do something there. Find a way to meet someone new in like a way that you wouldn't have expected or something. And I know it can be very challenging to be social. I know a lot of people have different comfort levels with that. No one loves, telling, no one would like to be told like, you have to meet someone new. I don't even like doing that at all, but like, it's going to help you so much. Like kind of just casting that net wide and in these ways that are not, that they're not explicit. Okay. The last thing I was going to talk about is there's probably, I'm sure you've probably seen these, with like the advent of AI tooling, there's always threats of pretty much every industry, like, is AI going to take my job or something like that? And the answer is no, as long as like you genuinely like what you do in this field. Like if you got in this field to make money, it's a great paying field, right? Like if you got into that and you want to make money, you just want to coast, AI might take your job eventually because you're probably not going to have motivation to get better and better and to have better skills. My job has changed like since using AI, and it's like changed for the better because it's just a tool, right? And kind of with that, that's the big thing is like don't worry about the field going away or anything. If anything, we're the ones writing the AI tools, right? Like we're going to be around for a very long time. But if you just if you're just here for a paycheck, and I hope no one here is, but if you just kind of want to get comfortable with something and stay with that forever, then it's probably going to be harder for you. You might become irrelevant at some point. Again, I'm the pep talk, right? I'm the one you want to hear. But get it if you're excited about this field, you're gonna fly. Like you're gonna thrive. Like I've been doing this for a while, but I'm still early in my career too. Like I'm gonna be turning 35 soon. I want to do this for the next 40 years, and I get excited about this stuff. And I've never felt threatened by any tool. And it's just I don't think and the job's going to change. Like I have no doubt in 30 years, like I'm going to be doing something totally different than what I'm doing now. But it's going to change. It's going to change gradually, and you just got to get excited about those tools. So let me kind of just do like my recap there, and then I would love to answer any questions. The hard work doesn't stop now. You got to like keep it going there. It's and it's really like I would say it doesn't probably get relaxed until like a couple months into your first opportunity, because at that point you've like established some stuff, right? Like you're there, people know you. It's going to be very uncomfortable learning the tech of whatever first company you get, because everything is, every company is wildly different in how they do stuff. And you're going to feel like you don't know anything when you work there. So that's going to be uncomfortable. And all I can say is just keep working hard. Like learn your stuff and meet people within the company. Like again, that's like given the social side of an opportunity of like job stuff versus the tech side, I heavily weigh the social side more. Like and that's just because if you're relatable, you're gonna make friends. That's gonna help you. It's gonna help you learn. Obviously you have to have a foundation of the tech stuff, and that's what y'all are doing here, which is awesome. You can always learn more tech stuff. But if people don't like know you, or if they like, if they haven't met you before in the company or something, because you're not like going out of your way to kind of talk to some people, just even saying hi or something, then it's just your opportunities are not going to be quite there. So I heavily weigh that. And again, I know no one wants to hear that in this field, especially, it's a very tech heavy field. I love nothing more than putting my headphones on, just getting into a deep problem. And that's great for me, but like career wise, you're going to have to just kind of bite the bullet and, say hi to someone new every now and then, because that's just for opportunities. That's gonna make them grow and be stable like nothing else. There's that. Keeping the job, go above and beyond. And I know your teachers all grown up probably said that. I'm not saying work overtime at all. Like we're all humans, and your company needs to treat you like a human. But like if someone needs help with something, like do what you can to help them. Don't ever think that your job is too good to do something else, kind of thing. Like especially when you're first starting out, like, cause it's all just, the more connections you make there, that helps so much. And then AI is not going to take your job. But you do need to keep up with like I don't want to say latest trends. Like you don't need to like look at, Reddit or like, Hacker News or anything like that's, you don't need to like worry about keeping up too much. Just like get excited about this field. And when you hear something new and it excites you, like do some digging, like do a little, like, spend an hour looking something up, watch a YouTube video about it. Like those are all things that are going to keep you so relevant. And it's like, it's not even something that I don't even have, I don't set aside time to like do any of this stuff. It's just like when it happens, like, oh, someone at work mentioned something, like, let me Google that 2 minute of reading an article. That's enough for me for a while, you know, kind of thing. You just kind of like find little ways to keep up. So yeah, and then yeah, I think with that, AI is not going to take your job. Unless you let it, I guess, but like just be, you know, if you're motivated, it won't. Okay, I'd love to talk about a bunch of more things. I could stand up here all day, but do you all have are there any questions I can answer about being a developer or anything?
I had a question, but you probably answered most of it. So I was asking, like, we finished this boot camp and then you're preparing for interviews. How do you do that?
That's a good question. Different companies will interview differently. Your bigger companies, like your I don't even know this, I don't know if FANG is a word anymore. It used to stand for like Facebook, Apple, what is it, Netflix, Google, some other thing in there. But like those kind of level companies, they're probably gonna, I've interviewed for Amazon one time, this was over 10 years ago, and it was it's a pretty regulated process. And they most companies will probably, you know, I think is like leak code still a thing? Is that like a thing that y'all have ever heard about? It's basically like, you know, asking like very technically intense questions that as a real developer, we don't deal with that often. But like, you know, reverse this string in the most efficient way possible. A lot of the big companies will probably assumedly have you do some sort of experience like that. And I think, again, I'm kind of drawing from, I did a lot of research on interviews like a couple of years ago, and that's kind of what I saw most people doing was, oh, I would go to Leak Code or something and like practice this stuff. I interview a lot of people at Clever. We're a smaller company. We're like 50 people or so. We interview differently, and I like to think we more focus on like the like what actually matters at work. So for starters, you know, you do have to be like, you know, relatable person. And I think just like, you know, being able to talk about yourself a little bit, like, you know, what you are excited about, what you're not excited about, kind of have that down. Like, you know, not the full-blown strengths, weaknesses, you know, stuff. We're not going to ask you what your strengths are or your weaknesses, but, you know, if you're excited about the technology, like, you know, do a little digging about that and prove that you're excited about it when we talk about something. If you can find out what technology the company that you're interviewing for uses, it's gonna be bonus points. You know, like when we interview people at Clever, a lot of the times we don't expect them to have experience with the languages, you know, unless we might be hiring for like a higher role, like a more senior oriented developer, then we probably would, and we would kind of title it, you know, a .NET developer or something like that. But especially for that entry-level developer role, we're not going to expect you to have experience with that, but we might expect you to have some experience with like some general concepts. So things like databases, or like, you know, relational databases. You know, if you know, do y'all do like SQL in this? I would think. Okay, so if you're kind of getting into like foreign keys, you know, like and how tables relate, like have some understanding of that. It is very helpful if you have a project that you can show off. That's a big thing for, you know, not having had, like once you work in the field for a while and you have a past job you worked at, no one's really going to expect you to have side projects that you want to show off because it's like, well, you've been working, you know, 40 hours a week in the field. Like most people don't do that. But if you're kind of getting that first opportunity, it is very helpful if you have a project that you worked on that you're proud of. And it doesn't have to be super polished or anything like that. Honestly, like I want to say the simpler it is could be better because then it gives an interviewer enough time to actually understand what it is. Because, you know, here's the secret. Like most of the time when you're interviewing, we're looking at the resume right when the interview starts. Like that's just kind of how it is. So like we're not like parsing through and figuring out every like line item that's there and thinking like, oh, this guy in this like 2-page resume says use this one tool right here. We're probably not going to do that. We're probably just going to ask you to talk about the tools you've used, and then we'll talk about those too. But if there's like a website or something or an application that you've built and you can show it off, we might, you know, if we're doing a remote interview, we might ask you to screen share, or if it's in person, you know, just talk about it. And if there's a way to show it off here or show your GitHub or something like that. If you have something to show, that's going to be very helpful. Again, it's not as important for like the next opportunity you get because assuming that you're going to be working. So, you know, you might not have time for a side project, and that's totally fine. But at that point, you're going to have experience to draw on too. So have a project that you know, are excited about, be relatable, like kind of get excited about a technology and maybe talk about that, figure out what the company is, does, if you can, you know, you might not be able to, but if you have any insight, you know, like we use Laravel at Clever, which is the PHP framework. Watch a YouTube video about that to kind of see like, you know, what this is. Anything you can do like that is just going to be, you know, it's going to show the employer that you actually want to be there. And that's a very big thing. Like, you know, we very much want to hire someone who is excited and wants to be there because that means they're going to grow. And I totally get it. You can't be excited about like 200 places that you're applying to. I get that totally. But if you want to go the extra mile, you know, like, or the extra inch or something, just like watch, you know, look up their tech stack if you can, just kind of like watch a little video about it. It totally, you know, makes a big difference. I answered a lot of random things there, but did you have any questions about any of that?
That was the main of it, and then now when you get the job, you just had, okay, go to the experience, you meet the team, you don't know a lot.
Right, yeah.
How do you navigate that?
Oh, very good question. So, and this doesn't really matter how you got like the background. Like, you know, someone could have gone to college for 4 years in this field. That first job, you're not going to know a lot about what the company does. And biggest thing to do, I'll tell you like what not to do. Don't go in a corner and like, you know, try to just keep to yourself and learn it. Like ask questions. Ask the right questions is probably the right way to say that. You know, if it's your first day and you're given a laptop, like, you know, and someone just says like, all right, just go like, you know, go learn some stuff. Right question is like, what should I learn? Like, what's the most effective way that I should learn the stuff that this company has? Don't just go and watch random, you know, like tech videos that you think you need to watch for like training or something. If you get put on a project, you know, like imagine at Clever, you're working on a Laravel project. You've never done Laravel before. You know, good question there would be like, what's the best way I can learn this? You go through that for a week or so, you learn some stuff. Don't think that like you're expected to know everything. Like you need to ask the right questions. And what I mean by the right ones there are, you know, if it's something Googleable, Google it, you know, spend 10 minutes or so trying to figure it out on your own. But if you're getting nowhere, or like, you know, if you're chatting with ChatGPT and you're really not making any progress, then ask questions. Trust me, like your team will be much happier for it. And that all comes back to like being relatable at work and like making connections. Like when you're asking for help, if it's the right way to ask for help, then like you're building trust between like your coworkers. Like people are getting to know you. They're getting to know like, you know, where you're growing and everything. You're getting to learn their skills. So you kind of are, you'll know like what questions to ask them in the future. Like that's good stuff. Just ask the right questions. You know, if it's a Googleable question, then try that first. And I have seen like really this is my only advice is like ask questions, but the right ones. I've seen something, someone gave a talk a while back called like the try timer. And it's basically set a timer for yourself when you have a question that is, you know, the amount of time that you will try it yourself. Like, and it could be 10 minutes, it could be 30 minutes. It kind of, you know, it could kind of depend or something. And then ask for help. And then hopefully you get the help. And then you're going to run into another issue, right? Like, you know, like you're pulling down a project and running it. Like you're going to run into a lot of issues. That's how it happens for everybody. Whenever you run into another issue, don't just go right back for help, reset your try timer, like try it again. Because no one wants to be asked for help and been like, what did you try this? And it's like, oh, I haven't really tried anything. I just got the error and I wanted to ask for help. That can be frustrating. That's a wrong question. The right way to be, you know, is if I say, okay, well, what have you tried then? And if you can tell me, well, I tried this and this, and I kind of Googled this, it's like, okay, great. You've tried stuff. Like, and I can kind of tell you like, oh, I can see why you did that. That's not the right thing to Google. You should have done this instead, because this is the important part of that error message. Just, you know, but do ask questions. Like, don't think you need to like just be in your corner coding. Like, you know, it is probably the worst thing you could do is like to try it all on yourself and not make any progress because you were afraid to ask for help. Because as like you know, as a lead dev, as a manager or something, like that's like it's like a red flag. Like if someone does that, because it's kind of like, well, maybe this person isn't like, you know, isn't the one we want on our team because they're not reaching out when they need help, because that could become a problem in, you know, 6 months or something. Again, I'm giving you a long-winded answer here. Did that help answer that? Cool. I love talking about this stuff. Yeah. Do you have a question?
You know, outside of soft skills, when it comes to like technical skills, like where we're at right now, what are the most important things to focus on? Because also talking to journalists and he like brush things out, probably, but it can feel like so overwhelming of everything you have to know. So like, what is like most important things to kind of like, put them down as like manageable steps or manageable things?
Yeah, so it's every company is going to be a little bit different in what they do. Most commonly, places are probably going to work on websites, like web applications. So if you kind of look at it, but then you have like if you work at Tinker Air Force Base, they do a lot of what we call embedded system stuff, like working on things that are going to go on airplanes. It's not a website; it's part of like flight systems. Totally different. If you were going to interview there, like it's going to be my answers here probably won't work as well for that. But if we're talking most common jobs, which are going to be websites, web applications, maybe some mobile app sprinkled in there too. That's like probably the most common type of job that you're going to see. They're all going to involve data to some extent. Most commonly, you're going to come across SQL. They might have other types of databases. There's NoSQL databases that there's a bunch of those, but most commonly it'll probably be an SQL database. So that's probably one of the first things is like kind of be comfortable with the database layer a little bit. Like understand how tables work, again, how data can relate to itself. You don't need to be an expert, but it's like, if you've got like imagine like a database setup, you've got like a students table over here and like a college courses table in here. Like names are over here, the names of students are over here, names of college courses are over here. One of the questions that we ask in our interview process is like, how would you make it so that these tables can track how people are enrolled in classes? And the answer to that, freebie, if you get to interview at Clever, is you want to have a table in the middle there that has a foreign key to your students and a foreign key to your courses there. Basically what that means is like, it's called a many-to-many relationship. And this is just an example of like a database question where that's like the level that I would kind of think about with understanding, databases, understanding, the relationship side of things. You don't need to get into the vast amount of stuff that SQL does, beyond that. Just kind of have an understanding of like, oh, like how do database tables work and how can I get them to relate to one another? And that's a big one. When you're getting to the web side of things, have experience with like one language, like probably on the back end, like something that's going to get data from the database there. That's a pretty big one. It doesn't really matter what language it is, but kind of be able to like do something with the database there. And then if we're talking on the front end, you've got your big frameworks. You've got your big JavaScript frameworks, React, Vue, and Angular. There's another one that's getting popular called Svelte as well. Doesn't really matter which one you use there. I know React is like the big one. And is that what y'all are learning here? Is some React? Yeah, so like React is like the most popular one. At Clever, we use Vue, but like we have projects that use React as well. Understand how some of those work. And if you have a project that you can show off, that's on your GitHub or something, that's just going to make everything better too. Because then I can see how you built React stuff. And especially if I ask questions about it and you can answer it, that's like gold star, right there. That means like not only did you do this stuff, but you actually understand it to talk about it. And that's like what I would probably say to focus on. There's an endless amount of stuff that you could learn for sure. But understand a little bit about the database side of things, understand, on what we call the back end, like how to get data from the database and then be able to give that data to the front end, like with the React or something. And then understand a little bit about how React works, or just a front end framework like that. That will get you so far there. And even if you're working for like, even if the company does mobile app type stuff, even if mobile apps, like most people haven't done mobile app type work before, but behind the scenes, they're really just like web front ends is kind of what it is. And oh, you're all good. They're doing the same thing that like what a React would do. Different, you got React Native too. That's a mobile framework. So it's kind of an example there. That's what I would probably say. And then if you have a GitHub with a project that you want to show off, you don't need 10 projects. Like show off like some like kind of one thing in an interview. You have such limited time in an interview, and it's also dependent on the interviewer what they want to spend time on. Showing 10 projects is not going to be helpful for anybody, especially because especially if they're like kind of like the same project over and over again. Show off something that you genuinely have a passion for, and if it emphasizes some of those skills there, like I would say that's all you need. There's one other concept that could get brought up, and it's this concept of testing. Have you all ever talked about automated testing before? I'm about to say, yeah, if it's not like it doesn't get brought up very much, but people like to talk about testing probably more than they actually do it. It's not a buzzword by any means, but it's just like developers have egos, right? And we like to, if we were talking to another developer, it's like, oh, well, what kind of testing do you write? And it's like, oh, we write automated tests for everything. And you look at the code and it's like, there's no test or something. But it could get brought up. Again, developers like to talk about it, regardless of whether they do it or not. And there's no requirement to have any background of testing. But if I were to give you like, what I just said earlier, database, a little bit of backend, and then a front end framework, that's what's really gonna work well for you. If you read an article about testing, that would do nothing but help your chances. Even if it's like, if I ask you about testing and you're like, oh no, I haven't ever done it, but I did read a little bit, and I read there's this thing called a unit test and an integration test. And it's kind of like, okay, well, this person cared enough to actually look up a little bit about it, like, because if we do testing, we can train how to do it. But it's, but like by showing that you did something is probably the biggest thing there. Again, long-winded answer, but do you have any questions about any of that? Cool. Yeah, good question. And that's something that I've thought about a lot, is like, what's the right skill set to get that first job? It will, depending on the job, it could change, but that's like the biggest, broadest thing I could probably say. Good question. Yeah.
How involved is AI in your day-to-day work?
It can be as involved as you want it to be, but I will say, so I'll give you like an example. The tools that I use for coding, I use an editor called Vim. It's a command line editor. It's I assume y'all are probably using like VS Code most likely, right? So Vim is just in the terminal. It's very low UI. I'm using keyboard controls to do it, and that's what I did for like ever since I learned it in like 2012, and I used that until earlier this year. And I didn't use very much AI because like I was so used to the way that I coded in Vim. And like there are ways I could have used like GitHub Copilot in that, for example, but it was a lot of like me setting it up kind of thing. And at some point I started realizing, look, I'm handicapping myself by only using the tools that I've been familiar with for over a decade now. And I switched at our company. We got subscriptions for Cursor, which is kind of like a VS Code, but with built-in AI capabilities. And I've made the switch to that, which was very uncomfortable for a couple of weeks because I was so used to how I did things with Vim. But that has changed my world radically, and it's very interesting, the shift of how that changed what I do, because I was coding everything by hand before, which I love doing. It's like it's like building a house by yourself. It's fun. But when you start to see the speed gains you can get by implementing those tools, like instead of, I'm still coding, I still have to understand everything, but I will if I'm doing a workflow, it's something new, I will I'll tell Cursor to like this is what I want. And I'll say like, create these files that do this kind of thing. I'm like conducting my code. And a year ago, I would have thought like, well, I don't want to be a conductor. I want to be the player, right? I want to like be the one writing the code. But I'm still writing code all the time. It's just like, oh, I can see new ways to do things, like tools, like things I didn't even know, like Cursor will put in my code, and I will see the changes. That's the big thing. It's like I always look at the changes to kind of see what it did, and then I might make changes on top of that. And it has very much changed. It's very much changed how I do stuff. So I use that a lot, and I would be very sad if that went away. So that's been a big thing, and there's no requirement to do that. It's just a tool that we have at work, but it takes like something that I would have expected to do with like maybe 8 hours of coding, I can do with like 1 hour of coding. And that's not an across the board thing. Like I can't just say that. I don't get like, 700% efficiency on everything, but you kind of learn, you start to learn the tasks that it is a lot that's beneficial to use AI for, and you start to learn the ones that aren't. And most of the ones that aren't are like where you don't even really know what you need to build first. So you kind of got to work with people to like say like, how do you want this to work? Like, let me try this. But once you get a path of like, okay, I kind of know what I want this to do, then you can just like conduct tools with like AI to do that. The other big tool that I will use is at work. We have subscriptions for Cursor, which is wonderful. We also have like a team subscription for Claude. With AI type stuff, you do have to be careful, because if you're just using like free ChatGPT, I can't put work stuff in there because it's going to just get trained on with like the bigger model, and like we can't tell our clients that the code where they're paying us to write is like getting like trained on like global models. So like the subscriptions we have, Clever pays for them because nothing's getting trained on them. So like I can really only put work stuff and Cursor, and then Claude. Just if you haven't heard of Claude before or haven't used it, it's basically like it's a very similar experience with ChatGPT. They, you know, I'm not the expert in like how each AI tool is separate from each other. I have heard that Claude can be a little bit more process specific, where like if you have like a more technical task, it can be better about that. Whereas ChatGPT can be, it's faster for sure, but it can be more like, you know, general conversational, something like that. That's just kind of what I've heard. But again, I'm not an AI expert by any means. I actually depend on a lot of other people to tell me what I need to learn about AI. And that's kind of how the field works. It's like you get excited about your things, but then when other people are excited about their things, you just listen to what they have to say. And it's like, oh, well, cool. I didn't know that. Like maybe I'll do some research on that. Maybe I won't. But I'll use Claude quite a bit too. For things that are not like direct code related things. I might be like, you know, like I need to do this, but I like I don't have the code base ready for that yet. I might just ask Claude, like, you know, how do I build this, or how can you explain this concept to me in like .NET? Like how do I log in if I was going to build an ASP.NET application or something like that? You know, like I don't want to write code for it. I just want to learn how to do it. And that's where I'll use that. And it's very helpful. I will say we are at a point where to be effective, you are going to have to embrace the tools. And that's kind of where the, you know, like don't coast. And if you don't coast in the field, then you're going to do great. But if you like, you know, if the new tools like scare you and you don't want to, and you like actively try to push back against them, it doesn't matter what it is. In 5 years, it's going to be a totally different tool. And it'll just keep going after that. But if that kind of scares you, then, you know, you might have a harder time in the field for sure. Good question.
What would you say for junior dev? Like, so I can see you go in as a junior dev, you start using the AI all the time, and you're not gonna know what's going on.
Mhm.
Right? So what gives you like words of wisdom?
Yeah, I do. So you're always learning things in this field. I've been in this field for a while, but I'm always learning things every day, which means I'm looking up how to do things that I'm not an expert in. And it's like the thing you cannot do is like use AI tools to write code that you fundamentally don't understand. That's a race to the bottom. Like you're not growing from that, and you can't confidently tell your boss or your clients that, like, you know, like that this code is totally good, because you really don't know. Like humans are very error prone, right? Like, but it's like if you made the error, you at least have the context of like why you made a certain error or something like that. If you let a different tool write, you know, something, there might be errors. You might have prompted it incorrectly. You know, it could be a number of things, but like if there's an issue and that issue comes back to you, then like, what are you going to do? You're not going to have the context of like what happened. You're going to be like, well, I put it into these tools and this is what it gave. And then you're going to be shown the door, because that's not a good way to kind of do anything. So you do, you know, there has never been a better time to learn new concepts. I could have said the same thing 10 years ago because YouTube was all the rage, right? Like there was never a better time to learn new things with that, but you have to actually learn them. And that's the big part. Like if you don't learn them, well, that's the coasting mindset, right? Like you wanna use the tools that you have to just get better, so that you can just keep building off of that. Things change all the time, and I'll kind of just show you a quick example of something that I built. I'm a big cocktail fan. And I built a bar menu for our house. And I'm not gonna pitch anyone to go to the site or anything. I know alcohol is not everyone's topic, but like it's my hobby, and I have cocktail menus, and I thought like, okay, well maybe I need to make a website about it. So I made this thing, and I used a framework that I'd never used before. It was Svelte. So I'm learning Svelte by using this, and it's heavily built with like, you know, using Cursor, for example. Like I'm prompting a lot of this. But it's like I'm using it as a way to be like, okay, how would I do this? And then it writes the code, and then I go through it, and then I can see, oh, like I know Vue.js. So which, you know, and you know, Angular, Svelte, React, they all will do the same things. Like there's really nothing you can do in one that you couldn't do in the other. So like that means they do it in similar ways. It's just going to be like syntax differences. I'm looking at that code and I'm saying like, oh, that's how this is. And then I'm making changes where I want to make changes. So I'm using it as a way to learn this whole new stack and everything. And it's been so helpful. And then the fun part too is that it's on my GitHub. Oh, not 38, 48. Come on. So if we go, look at that handsome face. Let's see. let's go to these repositories, the Kraus house, yeah, so update, it's like, you could, yeah, it's like my code's here, you can like go through the commits and everything and just kind of see like, you could step through my brain thought of like learning these things. And it's just, it's proof that I can do this stuff. It's a public presence, so it's like a project. Like if I were gonna go to an interview, I would hope that the person isn't like abhorred by the fact that it's an alcohol-based site. Cause I know that's not everyone's jam and I totally respect that. But it's a project that is public and I can show it off and I'm learning from it as well. So it's like, that's the right way to use these tools. Like use it to make yourself better. It will make you can become much faster as a developer, but it's like you still have to understand what you're doing under the hood. Good question, Brian. And I know there's like, I usually try to give like a full 8 seconds of silence whenever I'm like waiting for a question, because I know there's the internal battle of like, is someone else gonna ask a question? Am I ready to ask one? Oh, he moved a little bit. Oh, he's not moving anymore. Okay. Oh, okay. I'm gonna ask my question then. I totally know the internal dialogue there.
Erden, what was your like spark for 15 years ago that made you jumpstart this one?
Ooh, very good question. So I was in high school and I was a nerdy boy. I wanted to like, my friends told me there was a computer programming class and I was like, why didn't I know about this? So I joined that and I got excited about it. And then I took it again the next year and the teacher was horrible. I honestly think it was her first and last year teaching there. But I think it was because she was a developer, not a teacher. So I don't think which is not a shot at anyone. I think she just wasn't great at teaching the content, but like when you're not good at teaching content to people who don't know the content, it just kind of makes you feel like, like not like worthless, but it's just like, well, this is not the field for me. I can't do this. Right. So, that was in high school. That crushed my dreams there of like I wanted to like be a video game developer, which spoiler, I've never made like an actual video game, like at least not like a, big one or stuff. I made it's a game called Breakout. It's like Pong, but it's like you have a little slider on the bottom and you have like a bouncing ball, like little stuff like that, but never like an actual like, game that you would ever sell. But that was what I wanted to do back then. And then I went to college and the degree that I was getting at the time was called like Engineering Management Information Systems. And it was in the engineering school. So I was required to take computer science and I did not want to take it, but the teacher there just totally 180'd what I wanted to do. And it was like, honestly, just a good instructor showed me that I can do this stuff and it's like, taught it very well. So it's kind of like, motivated me to want to get better at it. And I took a few more of his classes. I was going to minor in computer science, which I ended up not doing. My degree was in MIS, but by the time I was like halfway through or maybe 3/4 of the way through, I kind of knew I just liked this stuff. And I wasn't very good at it still, but it's what I wanted to do. And yeah, I had an internship in school, which was it was like a true internship. I was like sorting business cards, like mailing papers and stuff like that. But because I had that, I was able to like eventually get another internship, which turned into my first full-time job. And that was as a software developer intern. And that was in 2011. And it just kind of grew from there. And it's weird, like the paths that life takes you on and everything. Because I hadn't, Techlahoma didn't exist back then, but the people who were creating the community they were there just not creating Techlahoma. It was like just still building up the community. So that job, I had that job. Once you have a job, it's much easier to find your next job, right? Because you can kind of do it on your own timeline, because you already have a job. Well, eventually I got a second job, and that was with people who were like the main person who has kind of run Thunder Plains over the year. Which, have y'all heard of Thunder Plains before, the big tech conference here? His name's Vance Lucas. He kind of he's done most of the stuff over the years with it. He ran a consulting company, kind of like Clever, but back then it was a different company. Anyway, I was working for him and a few other people. We were very small. It was like 7 people or so. And I kind of learned about the community. And then they had to lay everyone off and I like scrambled to find my next gig. And life sends you on a path there, but it's like by that point the wheels are kind of all set and everything. And that's my story, but everyone's story is going to be different. And that's why I'm such a big proponent of I have this belief system that any given day, there's an unlimited opportunities that could happen that could change your life. And it's going to be something where it's like, imagine like meeting your spouse or something. And like you look back and it's like, oh, I'm so glad I picked up that, Starbucks cardboard slip that fell and gave it to that person because that's how we started a conversation. You can't predict any of that. And I think an infinite amount of those kind of opportunities happen every day, but it's like such an infinitesimally small chance that any of those are going to happen at any point in time. So it's like you don't really have many of those opportunities, but when they hit, like you just make the most of it basically. And I feel like any of those can happen by like saying hello to someone new. So that's kind of where I come from with the mentality of like meet someone new every, if you go to something new, try to meet someone new, because that can just, a year later that could have morphed into something that you couldn't have predicted, then. Good question.
That's pretty cool. I like that. I like that.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
For few projects you work on, what was the type of things?
Yeah.
developer did and
So I'm trying to think, like, I don't know if I did that much personally before my first job. And that's honestly because GitHub wasn't a thing yet then. I mean, it existed, but no one was really using it. And there wasn't there wasn't like a way to show what you were doing social coding wise, which also meant there was no motivation to like do it, I guess. Like people just weren't really doing that much stuff. I will say like my first job that I got in like 2011, it was using a programming language called Ruby, which is if you've heard of Python before, it's very similar to Python. And actually it's an object-oriented programming language, so it's similar to JavaScript as well. But the syntax is different. I really loved Ruby. It's a really, really wonderful language. It's still, I think, still a top 10 language today. You might have heard of Ruby on Rails, is like the big web framework that really got that's what made Ruby popular. We were using that and we were building software applications. So it wasn't anything web related, but it was something that I worked at this company called Advotech. It's still around in Edmond, but they do the very exciting industry of mortgage quality control. So what they would do is they would, like companies like Freddie Mac or Fannie Mae, which are like these big loan companies, they would send Advotech. Beautiful name, by the way. I don't know if anyone's seen the movie Office Space. We always joked about it being like Initech, which is like the very mundane company that they always worked out there. Fun fact, there's also another conference here called Initech, but it's spelled differently from the Office Space movie. I'm rambling now. But the industry was pretty boring. What we would do is they would have loan underwriters kind of look at loans that either failed or passed and just like document why they failed or like document why they passed. It's just, I think the industry requires some level of quality control over that. The industry was not that exciting to me, I'll be honest. But the tech is like so exciting because like Ruby was actually like it's not a new language at the time. Ruby came about in the 90s, but it was still modern. JavaScript came out in like 95, but it's modern, right? So it's like the language kind of keeps up to date and everything. And we wrote software applications that allowed people who work there to do this whole process and everything. And we used this, we had to build a UI for it because they were software applications. And we use this thing, no one's ever heard of it, and I've never used it since. It's called GTK, but it's like very old, and like I have never used that skill set, even though I did it for 2 years there. But learning Ruby, I did use a lot of that. And that kind of is what got me into my next job, because the next job was using we didn't do any web work there. But so I didn't ever use Ruby on Rails because that was the web framework, but I used Ruby a lot. So that'd be kind of like if you wrote JavaScript code, but you never actually like made it onto the website. You just wrote like a bunch of JavaScript code. It's like, when you go to, the next job I had was using Ruby on Rails. That's kind of why I got it, was because like, hey, I've got this skill set. I would love to learn to do more web development. So when we interviewed, it was like, you could tell like, they were probably expecting people not to use Ruby on Rails because it wasn't it's not as popular as, like .NET is here, or like React or something like that. So they probably were expecting people to not have used it, but when I said I use Ruby, I think it just it helped me out a lot in the interview and everything. So that kind of landed me my next opportunity. And it just kind of grew from there. So I'm still not like showing off projects at this time, because that was 2013 and everything. I did have a GitHub by that time, but I just wasn't utilizing it much. But like for things after that, showing off projects was a pretty big thing. But yeah, I started off doing software development, just like not web stuff at all. And the stuff that you're going to do for your first job, you're going to look back in 15 years and think like, wow, we were using React. It's so old now. Like what? I don't know. It's both fun and humbling to look back at the stuff you did to kind of like get to where you are. Yeah. Do you have a question?
Have you ever, when you're job searching, targeted a specific industry to get a job in, or the general, you're looking for jobs wherever you get in?
So I'll kind of weave you on the path of like me having found jobs, because I've worked at Clever for over 9 years now. So it's been a while since I have looked for jobs, but at the same time, I almost left Clever a few years ago for just like a different opportunity. I ended up staying, which I'll kind of get into that a little bit. But when I was looking for this internship, I had looked up a lot of job opportunities like online in like 2010, 2011, long time ago, I know. So it's gonna be totally different now, I'm sure. But I like did a lot of like the cold emails and like cold applications. I didn't find much success with those. I got that what turned into my first job by going to a career fair at like it was like at UCO, which I was taking some classes at the time. And I just met them. They were cool. I think they liked me because they actually, you know, contacted me after I gave them my resume and everything, and that turned into my first opportunity. So proof that meeting people kind of does help. From there, I wasn't actively looking, but I got contacted by a recruiter, which this kind of goes with the tech industry. When the tech industry is doing well, like if your title is software developer, like you're going to get contacted by recruiters. Like it's a pretty, you know, if the industry is doing well, you're going to get contacted. In like the earlier days of the pandemic, and even like before that, jobs were like pretty prolific. And you would get contacted quite a bit. So that's kind of how I heard about the opportunity for that next job, the Ruby on Rails one. This is 2013. I was only there for 5 months or so. They had to lay everyone off. I found my next job within a week simply because like a former coworker when I worked at Advotech, that was that first job there. We were just chatting on like Twitter with messages because Twitter was cool, right? It probably still is. I'm just older now. We were just chatting and he just said, I heard this company called Staple Gun is looking. They were an ad agency. They don't exist anymore. But that meant I went to their website, I read the job description, I applied there and got a call back and interview. But anyway, that landed to my next opportunity. So literally, you're talking about like infinitesimally small chance of something happening. Someone just, we were just chatting. Someone had 4-letter words or whatever the message was of like, I know Staple Gun's looking. That literally, changed my life. The next job I had after that is the one I currently have at Clever. And that was one that I actively sought out. And what I did by then, I had a contact in the industry who is a recruiter. He still is. His name's Lucas Watson. He's pretty cool. He used to be very involved in the tech community, but hasn't been quite as much lately. But I contacted him just because I knew him. And I was like, I kind of said like, I love doing this stuff, but I also want to make more money than I'm making at that time. And he helped me he pitched some options, but he kind of mentioned Clever. And I was like, I've heard of Clever. Like, I would like to work there. I would like to interview there. So we did that. And I honestly, like, I don't know if I had done that much research on them. I probably did. It was like 9 years or so ago. I think they use Node.js quite a bit, like for like, a lot of like that was basically the main thing that they were using. So, and I had done a little bit of Node by then. So I probably just might have relied on like what I had already known. I didn't do anything extra that I could think about. But interviewed there and it worked out well. Let me kind of like take a step back to like places that I'm trying to think if I would have. I've interviewed some places that haven't worked out well. That's basically like the success path. That's the happy path. I did get hit up one time by a recruiter who was from Amazon or something. And that's a little bit more common these days, is to get hit up from like the big companies like that. I know that probably seems like a very like far out, like not possible thing, but once you do have a couple years of development under your belt, there's a very real chance you might get contacted by like a Google, a Meta, or something like that. Just like a recruiter. And realistically, they're like contacting a lot of people too. But at that time I was like, oh, this is so cool. It's Amazon. Like, I'm not gonna say no to Amazon. I was like, yeah, let me interview and everything. And did the whole process there. Got flown out to Seattle because I was back before the pandemic when I was gonna have to move to Seattle. Did end up getting an offer. It was a lot less than what the recruiter said it was gonna be. It was still double what I made here. But the cost of living is like 3 times in Seattle, and like we would have not been able to really make it work. The salary there was like for $120,000 in Seattle, and I was making 60,000 at the time here. And it's just like, again, at the time, it's like, whoa, it's a 6-figure salary, but it's like when you look at like, oh, to rent an apartment near where I would have to work is like $3,000 a month, on top of all the other expenses. So that plus family, we decided not to move. So that was still like, could have been an opportunity, but the amount of money we talked about early on, I threw out like a wildly high number, and the recruiter was like, "Sure, we could do it." It didn't work out, and I think that was kind of like weird miscommunication stuff. But I did have a pretty lengthy. At some point, you know, when I worked at Clever, I interviewed at 2 places. One of them didn't work out, like I didn't make it past a certain point. The other one did. I went in to tell my bosses like, "Hey, I'm going to be leaving." And then all I can say is like magic happened for like a 4 hour period of time. We were just meeting, and like the goals that I had that I wanted to do at Clever, they were like, "Well, let's do that. If you're motivated to do that," which is a lot of like, you know, I wanted to mentor more people. I wanted to hire junior developers. I wanted to kind of like build like like just more community involvement in things. And they were like, "Well, if you want to do it, like let's do it. Like let's do those kind of things." So I ended up staying at Clever, and it was awesome. We hired a lot of junior developers over that next year and everything. Okay, but company that didn't work out. This is probably maybe the most valuable one. It was a ridiculous process, but it was a company called Better Up. They're like a mental health coaching company based out of California. Really cool company. I think like Prince Harry is like involved with them. Anyway, side story. But it was a really lengthy process. It was a phone screen, like 15 minutes. That was not bad. 2 technical interviews after that. And then they call it an on-site interview. It's not, I didn't have to travel anywhere because I was in the middle of the pandemic, but it was like 4 hour-long interviews back to back. So they just called it on-site. And they were more regulated. It was not like nothing extreme that I would say, but like you could tell they came in and they had 3 questions they were going to ask, and that was all they were going to ask. Like they didn't like, you know, like we at Clever, when we interview people, we like weave to kind of find like things that you're good at, like, you know, what can we talk to you about? Is this person a culture fit or something? You could tell this was more like, all right, I need to ask you these 3 questions. I'm going to get your responses, and then that's it. It was kind of wasn't as effective as I would have wanted. But I made it past that. And then there was one final interview with like their CTO. I don't know. He said I just didn't communicate super well. And it was like a 30-minute interview. And I was bummed about it, but at the same time, it was like, well, I still like what I do here and everything. So I think one thing to probably know with interviewing is you're probably not going to get the ultimate feedback of why you might not have passed. You know, you're probably going to get ghosted a lot. That's just what I hear. It happens quite a bit. I think that's rude. I will say, being on the internal side of interviewing now, I would love to give more feedback than we can, but our HR director has told me, like, look, anything you say could become a legal issue if you don't say it super well. And it's like, you just, you know, and it's just one of those, like, it's almost like if you know the person, you can give like, you know, I can like chat you in Slack and be like, look, this is kind of where this went, but like, you're probably not going to get any official documentation of like, this is why you didn't pass. It was just like, unfortunately, we didn't, you know, see a way forward. It'll be something like that. I will say, I know that's super frustrating. I will say, being on the other side, I see a little bit more of how that has to be, because like, you know, Clever doesn't want to rely on me to not say something dumb and then, you know, have a lawsuit on our hands or something like that. But you are always encouraged to ask for feedback, because like you can do that. And if you ask for feedback, then it's like, there's always a good chance you'll get something more. But yeah, you're going to have to deal with like the crappy side of applying, which is the ghosting, the not super great feedback. And all I can say is just expect that, so that you're not disappointed when it does happen. It's going to be disappointing no matter what, but you'll kind of be able to tell when like you're really getting along with like, you know, in an interview setting, or like kind of like you're making, you know, you're making like social progress or something. You can just kind of tell like flows pretty easily. And there might be a chance those still don't work out, but it's like the more you do those, the better you get with interviewing. And you know, the more opportunities you're going to have, because even if you don't pass in an interview, you've still made connections with those people, right? So always send a thank you email, honestly. Like I've interviewed over the last like maybe 3 years, so not a ton of people, but like at least 20, probably 30 or something like that. And I think there were like once that we got a thank you email, which I don't hold anyone against that. It's just like that makes an impression versus not making an impression. So it's like, you know, you remember those things, and it's like, oh, well, this is a cool person. Like I would love to help them out if I can. Like if you jive with someone in an interview, even if you don't get the job, like that person probably, if they liked you, probably wants to help you in some shape or form. I think like as people, we want to help other people that we like, you know. If we didn't like you, then I'm not going to put out the effort. But like, if you can do something to like, you know, be relatable, like make it a fun experience for everybody, then I mean, it's just going to be That's gonna make, that's what's going to win, you know, your opportunities. I love this. Y'all are asking really great questions. That's, I realize it's like 3 and you're probably like, you know, you probably are out of here by now normally. But let me kind of leave y'all with contact information. So my, you got my GitHub here, which is AL Kraus 48. Normally I am the code boss everywhere, but I created this handle before I adopted that handle. I don't know if anyone's ever seen the show The Cake Boss, but that's kind of where the code boss came from. Is, you know, Buddy Velostro is the cake boss. He makes cakes. I make code, right? But most places I am the code boss, and you can go to the codeboss.dev to see more stuff about me. And I know this can be pretty jarring. Like I probably need to get rid of that at some point. But you can see more stuff about me. Man, there's that face again, huh? But you can see some of the stuff that I've done, and on Techlahoma Slack, probably more importantly, I'm the code boss there. So just, you can hit me up with any questions, and we'll probably, I do run /OKC web devs. So feel free to join this group. We haven't done anything since April. Again, that's largely because Clever is selling the building, so, and that's where we always had meetups. And I moved right about that time. So I'm now getting to the point where I want to do meetups again. So we'll probably plan something later this month. If not then, it'll be early August or something, but somewhere around that time. And we'll probably just plan some more things out too. But I'm pretty involved in stuff, but just, you know, I will be around in like the virtual Techlahoma space. So just, you, by all means, contact me with anything you need, even if it's like a, you know, hey, let me know if Clever is ever hiring kind of thing, because like not every company does this. Every company is different, but like before we, like, you know, we'll always post a job opening, but before we market it heavily, we'll check with people that we have known that might be looking for jobs. Because it's like, cool, like it's wonderful to hire, you know, totally random people that we don't know of, but it's even better to hire someone that we do know, just because it's like, you know, we have a little bit of trust, right? Like, you know, it's a little bit, we both have a little bit more in the game, which means, you know, what a company wants is, you know, I don't want to say we want like a long-term hire, like the longer you stay, the better, obviously. But like, you know, we don't want someone who is gonna like come and leave after 6 months or something like that. Like we would rather someone like stay, and if there's any issues of anything, like let's chat about it. Like let's make it right. But we want someone who, like, you know, is gonna be excited about the stuff we do, who we can, you know, train and coach. And we have a much more successful time with that, usually with like people that we've met in the community, for example, than just like, you know, random remote person, which is nothing wrong with that whatsoever. But like, we'll always look at the community probably first, before just super marketing a position. And I bet like whether companies do that, whether they say they do that or don't, like that's kind of how the industry, every industry works, right? It's like, you know, oh, like we need this role, like, oh yeah, like my friend's got a brother who does that, like, and he's looking right now, like let's go look at them. You know, that's how it works, right? A lot of the time. Well, cool. I appreciate y'all coming and letting me hog your Saturday and everything. I love talking about this. Hit me up with anything.
Question? Thank you. Yeah, be thinking of your project ideas next week.
I've been thinking about it since we started class. I've got a couple of the real life vet projects. I don't think I would apply for a vet. So, I guess it doesn't really right. Now pay the for it.
We didn't live in my culture side. She moved up. Yeah, just about a mile over. It's just, we lived in an old house like that. Right, and appreciate it. Yeah, so right, it's kind of got more holidays and our neighborhood was good.
Thanks, Larry.